Chapter 691. Now it was not just Hu Hai and the others. Even Chen Zhao's expression changed as they gazed at Xiao Chen bewildered. What kind of place was the central province? It was the center of the entire Tianwu domain. It was also where the Bushin Palace was located. Unexpectedly, the originally unremarkable Xiao Chen had already become famous in the central province. Who were Nuan Muyun and Wang Meng? One was a legendary holy daughter, and the other was one of the 7 giants of young cultivators, comparable to Shui Lingling. These two actually lost to Xiao Chen in a bet. No matter how one thought about it, it was inconceivable. Xiao Chen felt somewhat astonished as well. He had not expected that a simple attempt at the proud son of heaven ranking would cause so much trouble. First senior sister, what is going on with the monarch bloodgrass and that half-drop of dragon marrow? Can you tell me the details? Not thinking about anything else, Xiao Chen directly asked the question that had been troubling him for a long time. Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, "Back then, Nuan Muyun and Wang Meng made a bet to see whose disciple could make it higher on the proud son of heaven ranking. In the end, both of their disciples lost to you. Hence, the bet ended up with you." Xiao Chen shook his head in disbelief. The monarch bloodgrass and the half-drop of dragon marrow were very precious. He was not sure about Nuan Muyun, but Wang Meng had a bad reputation. How could he obediently hand over the half-drop of dragon marrow? Shui Lingling smiled faintly, but did not want to explain. She said, "Wang Meng is an arrogant and warlike person. No matter what the reason is, you use the half-drop of dragon marrow. It will not be a good thing for you to run into him. It is still fine in the Haotian province. There will not be many opportunities to run into him. However, once you go to the savage battlefield, there will be a high chance of running into him. Furthermore, the savage battlefield is indeed very dangerous. You should think about it carefully before making a decision." Xiao Chen answered with certainty, "I have to go to the savage battlefield. No matter who or why, they will not be able to stop me." "Junior brother Xiao Chen, you're not strong enough. We'll have to take care of you if you go there. If you run into Wang Meng, it'll only make things difficult for first senior sister. Why do you have to do this?" When Hu Hai heard that, he could not take it anymore and said, "Junior brother Wang, how can you say that?" Wang Cheng said disapprovingly, "What did I say? I was speaking the truth. He is just a medial grade martial monarch. Which one of us is not a middle stage superior grade martial monarch? Junior brother Chen, tell me, am I right?" Chun Xiao nodded lightly, expressing his approval. Jun Si was anxious, but she was also a little confused. She didn't know why Wang Cheng's face changed so quickly. Chun Xiao didn't speak up for Xiao Chen either. Xiao Chen saw all of this and sneered in his heart. He didn't argue or say a word. He just waited calmly for Shui Lingling's answer. Shui Lingling's bright eyes were deep and boundless. With her intelligence, she had more or less guessed everything in front of her. "I understand. Since you've already made up your mind, come with me when the time comes. The elders guarding the city are still dealing with the demonized spirit beasts. They need my help there, so I'll take my leave first." Without much thought, Shui Lingling agreed to Xiao Chen's request. The profound sunbird on her shoulder turned into a beam of dim light and quickly enlarged. Then it carried Shui Lingling into the distance. Xiao Chen said goodbye to Hu Hai and Jun Si. Then, without even looking at Wang Cheng, he leaped off the city wall and headed back to the Haotian sect. Confused, Jun Si asked, "Senior brother Wang, didn't we agree to bring Xiao Chen to the savage battlefield after we complete the mission?" Wang Cheng smiled coldly and said, "Before we came, we did not know that he had a heaven-ranked martial technique. We would never have guessed that the attack he could burst out with was as strong as senior brother Hu's. All the more, we would not have known that his performance against the countless demonic beasts was no weaker than ours. The most important thing is that he is only 21 years old. The youngest of the 4 of us is already 25 years old." Jun Si finally understood. It turned out that Wang Qing feared Xiao Chen's rapid growth, which frightened him. Hence, he wanted to suppress Xiao Chen. Short-sighted, Hu Hai said disdainfully. Hu Hai said with disdain. He shook his head and said, "What kind of person is First Senior Sister? How can she not see through your thoughts? Doing this will only make others look down on you. A true genius is never afraid of competition." Wang Cheng still wanted to argue, but after Hu Hai finished speaking, he left alone. Jun Si also felt ashamed for Wang Cheng. She was not willing to say anything more, so she just walked away. 3 days later, Xiao Chun returned to the Haotian sect. He took a good bath and swept away all the fatigue from the past few days. Now he was completely recovered. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to put on all his clothes. He only wore a pair of shorts and took out a palm-sized porcelain bottle from the universe ring. This bottle contained the blood marrow of the golden savage ox's spine. The golden savage ox had the bloodline of an ancient savage beast. Savage beasts were famous for their pure physical strength. With just their vital qi, the ancient sages and martial emperors did not dare to fight against them. One could easily imagine how shocking their vital qi was. The savage beast blood in the golden savage ox was already diluted to a negligible level. However, its blood marrow was still very effective for cultivators who cultivated the physical body. It was worth cities and was not something that ordinary medicinal pills could compare to. A resolute look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He held the porcelain bottle tightly. The savage battlefield was dangerous. Even describing it as a narrow escape would be an understatement. Xiao Chen needed to strengthen himself further. Only by becoming stronger could he shut up people like Wang Cheng and obtain more benefits for himself. Xiao Chen poured the blood marrow into his palm and smeared it evenly on his upper body. His skin immediately felt a burning sensation. After Xiao Chen smeared all the blood marrow on his body, he felt like the blood in his body was burning. His entire body surged, filled with boundless vital qi. "I can't take it anymore. I have to quickly digest the energy in the blood marrow. Otherwise, I will burn to death." A strong wind blew as Xiao Chen rushed into the Tao Academy. After he stood still, he immediately circulated his vital qi and executed a fist technique. This fist technique looked very ordinary. It was the same fist technique that Xiao Chen had practiced since he was young in the Xiao clan. There was nothing fancy about it. However, in Xiao Chen's hands, it displayed a different kind of might. Fist winds roared, sounding like thunder, turning something ordinary into something miraculous. Every time Xiao Chen punched, space trembled. The savage beast blood smeared on his body seeped into his blood at an even faster rate. Thunderous sounds rang out continuously in the courtyard. A strong wind blew as Xiao Chen fought to his heart's content. All the blood in his body surged, and he could not help roaring in delight. As the golden savage ox's blood marrow seeped into Xiao Chen's body, a scarlet light appeared on his skin. It looked strangely beautiful under the sunlight. Rumble. As the blood in Xiao Chen's body flowed, surging energy erupted like a roaring river, surging endlessly. The wind from Xiao Chen's fist seemed to be able to vaguely hear the roar of waves and the sound of gushing rivers. It was as if there really was a river falling from the 9 heavens. Break! Suddenly, thousands of rivers gathered in his dantian. Xiao Chen felt like something in his body had exploded. His physical body underwent a rebirth, undergoing a qualitative change. The acupoints on the soles of his feet burst open, opening 3 acupoints each. Xiao Chen quickly circulated his firmament body-tempering art. Indeed, he broke through the peak of the late stage of the 6th layer, officially reaching the 7th layer. After Xiao Chen completely absorbed the savage beast blood, his bare skin gained a better texture. His bulging muscles were filled with explosive energy. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly and punched the air 3 times. A horrifying force exploded in the air, giving off 3 intense howls. When they merged, they formed a tornado. Xiao Qin was filled with joy. He muttered, "Good. My pure strength has increased by 150 tons of force, reaching 1,800,000 tons of force. My total vital qi has also increased explosively. If I burn my vital qi and execute the burning the heavens, its might will be even more horrifying." However, after that, Xiao Chen felt somewhat melancholic. He clenched his right fist and pounded it against his left palm. He said, starting from the 7th layer, the firmament body tempering art will focus more on the recovery of the physical body. The spirit herbs required for this will all be astronomical. The 7th level was mainly to train the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It wasn't to make them stronger, but to give them a stronger recovery ability. For example, if one's internal organs were injured, they would need half an hour to recover. After reaching great perfection of the 7th layer, one would be able to recover in 10 minutes. The internal organs each corresponded to a natural treasure. Tempering the heart required the heart-nourishing flower. Tempering the liver and gallbladder required the purple sun grass, and the spleen and stomach required the red lotus fruit. Every spirit herb was rare and hard to find. Even in high-ranked auctions, they would be hard to find. They could only be found in dangerous lands that were rarely visited by humans. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said indifferently, "We will cross the bridge when we get there. For now, we should focus on preparing for the savage battlefield. Don't think too much about other things." Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, a deep, ancient bell tolled on an extremely desolate peak in the mountains surrounding Haotian City. The sound of the bell came from far away. Everyone in Haotian City could hear it clearly. Compared to the sound of the bell, the words that came with it were even more shocking. The Haotian sect's Xiao Qin is despicable and shameless, forgetting righteousness at the sight of profit, plotting against his companions. You are a righteous sect's disciple in vain. Today, the Full Moon Pavilion's Chiu Yi is here to challenge you. If you are not a tortoise hiding in its shell, then scram out here. Chiu Yi purposely infused his quintessence into the last 3 words, allowing them to linger for a long time. Everyone could feel the overwhelming hatred hidden in those words. It is a sect challenge. A disciple of the same sect rang the combat bell. Chiu Yi, a peak inner sect disciple of the Full Moon Pavilion. He is as famous as Yun Feiyu. He is somewhat famous in the 18 southern provinces. How did Xiao Qin offend him? Our Haotian sect's Xiao Qin is not weak, either. He might not lose to this Chiu Yi, right? In terms of martial techniques, he should be pretty good. However, he spent too little time in the Kunlun realm. His accumulations are insufficient. Come, let's go to Giant Sword Peak to take a look. There will be a good show to watch. It has been a few years since someone rang the combat bell. The bell tolled melodiously, lingering in the sky above Haotian City. When all the disciples in the city heard Chiu Yi's mocking words, they stopped what they were doing and looked towards Giant Sword Peak. Then, they all leaped up and flew towards Giant Sword Peak. Now, Xiao Qin was in the limelight in the inner sect. His deeds were widely spread. He came from the Sky Dome realm, which was ranked last. First, he defeated Gui Wu. Then, he defeated the Battle Realm's Sita Gang. Even when the 5 old experts of the inner sect worked together, they still lost to him. Chapter 692. Xiao Chen's opponents were not weaklings. Be it the 5 veteran experts, Gui Wu, or Sita Gang, they had all relied on their own strength. Right now, everyone in the Haotian sect knew Xiao Qin. When they heard that an expert from the Full Moon Pavilion came to challenge them, their interest was immediately piqued. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Qin put on his clothes and slowly repeated Chiu Yi's name in his mind. Only then did he remember who the other party was, why they had a conflict, and why the other party said that about him. It's fine if you are here to challenge me. Why is there a need to say so many pompous words? How boring. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly, revealing some disdain on his face. He now understood why he did not remember this person. It would be strange if Xiao Chen remembered such a pompous person who pretended to be righteous. Ripples spread out on the lake in front of him. Two figures flew over quickly. They were Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu, who had heard the news. After a few breaths, the two landed before Xiao Qin. "Senior brother Xiao Qin, you are in big trouble now," Yu Chenxi said somewhat mischievously as he smiled gently. He did not seem overly nervous. Xiao Qin shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's not really a big deal." Gong Yangyu smiled and said, "Not really? Despicable and shameless, forgetting righteousness at the sight of profit, scheming against his companions. Every one of them is a big label." Xiao Qin smiled helplessly and said, "The two of you don't really believe this nonsense, right?" Yu Chenxi burst out laughing and said seriously, "Stop joking. Xiao Qin, how confident are you?" Gong Yangyu also said sullenly, "The Full Moon Pavilion is located in the 18 southern provinces. In terms of strength and accumulations, they are no weaker than our Haotian province. Since he came to challenge you with such a large force, he must have something to rely on. Otherwise, if he loses, he will lose all face." "I am completely confident," Xiao Qin said calmly but confidently. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu exchanged glances and relaxed. They knew that Xiao Chen would never brag. If he said he was 100% confident, then he was 100% confident. "Who is Xiao Qin?" Just as the three of them were about to leave the city and head to the giant sword peak, a blue-robed old man descended from the sky and hovered in the air as he spoke to the three of them. The old man's sleeves were embroidered with the symbol of an inner court elder of the Haotian sect. His cultivation was profound, only slightly lower than Shui Lingling's. Obviously, his status was not low. Xiao Qin took a step forward and said, "I am." The old man in blue sized up Xiao Qin, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He discovered that even with his cultivation, he was unable to completely see through Xiao Qin. Withdrawing his gaze, the old man said, "When the war bell rings, the person who is called will have to accept the challenge. This is a common rule between the various sects of the Tianwu domain. I hope you will do your best and not tarnish the reputation of my Haotian sect." "Definitely." The three followed the old man and flew to the giant Sword Peak. The giant Sword Peak was no more than 3 kilometers tall. Compared to the mountain peaks surrounding Haotian City, it did not stand out. However, the peak arena and the war bell at the summit made it stand out from the masses. A major character had used boundless energy to create a vast platform at the top of the giant Sword Peak. The structure at the summit was very simple. There was a wooden frame erected in the center, and on top of the 100-meter-tall frame was an ancient and majestic battle bell. Not far away was an arena made of cold mountain stone. On the simple platform, there was nothing else other than the fierce wind and the bleak atmosphere of the battle. "He's here. Xiao Qin is here." When the various disciples who had arrived early saw the people flying over, their eyes lit up and they were all startled. Qiu Yi stood below the arena and looked at Xiao Qin in the air. He revealed a cold smile, a look of hatred in his eyes. Around Qiu Yi were the disciples of the various sects who had worked together to kill Lone Wolf. All of them had arrived, their gazes filled with hatred. This was especially so for the Thousand Mystery Sect Shuoping. Back then, she had sneak-attacked Xiao Qin. In the end, Shuoping's nose had caved in. Even after she recovered, she had not recovered to her original state. Now that her nose was slightly crooked, her originally beautiful face lost its beauty. "Big Brother Qiu, whether we can take revenge this time or not will depend on you." The group of people behind Qiu Yi said to him when they saw that a big fight was about to start. Qiu Yi grasped his scabbard with his right hand and revealed a confident smile. He said, "Don't worry. I already broke through the bottleneck of medial grade martial monarch and advanced to superior grade martial monarch. That brat only bullied us because we did not have quintessence previously. This time, not only will I beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy, but I will also ruin his reputation. He will never be able to raise his head again." Xiao! The blue-clad old man led Xiao Qin and the other two to land firmly on the opposite side of the arena. Then he floated below the arena to be the referee for this fight. Sabers and swords have no eyes. Full moon pavilions, Qiu Yi. Once you ring the combat bell, it is equivalent to ringing the life and death contract. Do you understand? Naturally, I understand. Even if I kill this person, the Haotian sect will not pursue this matter. Qiu Yi pushed off the ground and gracefully flew onto the arena. He crossed his arms over his chest, holding his sword. Then he gave Xiao Qin a sidelong glance and smiled. Indeed, even after so long, you are only a medial grade martial monarch. Xiao Qin did not argue with Qiu Yi. He gently leaped up and landed on the arena. "Xiao Chen, back then, I saw that your cultivation was low and invited you to kill Lone Wolf out of goodwill. However, you despicably conserved your strength. After you killed Lone Wolf, you immediately tore up the agreement, repaying kindness with enmity. You beat up the various sect disciples who exhausted their quintessence and taught them a lesson. Tell me, do you admit to this?" Qiu Yi's expression turned sullen as he shouted angrily at Xiao Qin. The group of people who came with Qiu Yi also took the opportunity to echo Qiu Yi's words. They cursed at Xiao Qin, saying all sorts of nasty things. When the Haotian sect disciples who came to watch the fight heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They could not believe that Xiao Qin was such a person, so they started discussing him in soft voices. This was the effect that Qiu Yi wanted. First, he wanted to make Xiao Qin look like he was being unreasonable. Then he would use his absolute strength to trample on Xiao Qin, erasing the hatred in Xiao Qin's heart. "Xiao Qin, with so many people as witnesses, what else do you have to say?" Qiu Yi said coldly as he pointed at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's white robes fluttered in the wind. His expression remained calm as he replied, "Are you done yet?" Seeing Xiao Qin so calm, not panicking or feeling guilty at all, this was very different from what he expected. Qiu Yi was astonished. He stammered, Are you done? In that case, you can scram now." Xiao Qin's expression turned cold. The ancient sovereign's qi that he had refined to great perfection burst out. It was like a heavenly deity descending, shocking Qiu Yi. Vital qi surged in Xiao Qin's body. Then he quickly burned half of it. Azure smoke rose from his Tianmen acupoint as he punched the sky. A dragon roar came from the burning azure clouds. A blue dragon clenched its claw into a fist and descended from the sky, carrying the might of heaven. Qiu Yi had just struggled free from Xiao Qin's aura. Before he could draw his sword, the lightning-fast punch smashed him to the ground. After burning his vital qi, Xiao Qin's 1,800,000 kilograms of force reached a horrifying 1,000,000 kilograms of force. Qiu Yi fell face first to the ground, creating spider-like cracks in the arena. Xiao Qin's figure flashed and landed beside Qiu Yi. Without giving Qiu Yi a chance to get up, he kicked him. Like a sandbag, Qiu Yi tumbled in the air a few times before falling towards the crowd. From the moment Xiao Qin spoke to the moment he punched and kicked Qiu Yi, the entire process took only 2 blinks of an eye. Xiao Qin was as fast as the wind, decisive like thunder. The surrounding people were all stunned, especially the disciples from the various sects who had come with Qiu Yi. Such an ending had completely exceeded their expectations. Just a moment ago, under Qiu Yi's lead, they had been aggressively berating Xiao Qin. However, in merely one breath, Qiu Yi was sent flying. The entire place fell deathly silent. No one said anything. No one had expected Xiao Qin to settle the startling battle that they had expected with one punch. Many people didn't even know what was going on. Everything had happened too quickly. Only some of the inner sect disciples with higher cultivations could tell what had happened. The force that exploded out from Xiao Qian's punch already surpassed that of a regular superior grade martial monarch. Xiao Qian's sudden attack on aura and Qiu Yi's carelessness made everything logical. When experts exchanged moves, how could one be careless? One mistake could instantly turn the situation around. The cultivators that came with Qiu Yi rushed to treat his injuries, feeding him medicinal pills and infusing quintessence into his body. Xiao Qin, you are too vicious. To think that you attacked so heavily. Not only are you despicable and shameless, but you are also vicious and merciless. The cultivators that came with Qiu Yi were originally prepared to help them vent their anger. Such an outcome was simply too much for them to bear, so they all started cursing Xiao Qin. Xiao Qian's expression remained calm, but he felt disdain in his heart. He could not be bothered to defend himself. Only the weak would be so unreasonable, using words to gain an advantage. If you are not satisfied, you can ring the combat bell at any time. Xiao Qin replied indifferently. Then he coldly eyed the behavior of this group of people. The various sect disciples who were cursing all shut up, not daring to say anything more. With Qiu Yi's experience, how could they dare to go up and humiliate themselves? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the thousand mystery sects Zhuoping. As she looked at Xiao Qin, she wished that she could ring the combat bell and hack him into 1,000 pieces. However, when she thought about Qiu Yi's experience, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Her footsteps became as heavy as a mountain, unable to move at all. Xiao Qian frowned slightly and shook his head to himself. He felt that wasting time on this group of useless people who only knew how to talk was too boring. Since no one is ringing the bell, I will take my leave first. Xiao Qin nodded to the blue-robed elder and turned to leave. The savage battlefield would officially open at the end of the month. He did not have time to waste here. Dang! Dang! Just at this moment, the ancient combat bell suddenly rang twice. The sound reverberated throughout the summit, scattering the strong wind that had been blowing for many years. The sound echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing the sound of the combat bell at such a close distance made everyone's blood surge, filling them with a strong fighting spirit. You truly live up to being the king-grade true dragon of the Sky Dome realm. In merely 3 months, you have already grown to such a level. A cold voice came from afar. The crowd on the summit quickly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw 2 figures in the air quickly flying over, accompanied by a chilly wind. The person who spoke casually fiddled with his pale right hand. Strands of ice-cold quintessence shot out and struck the ancient combat bell continuously. Chapter 693. The icy quintessence drifted out as the bell chimes rang. The temperature in the air plummeted, and frost quickly spread out on the ground. Several cultivators felt the cold qi penetrate their bones, as if it was about to enter their hearts. They were startled and quickly circulated their quintessence to block it. As the bell chimed, the cold qi surged out in waves. The Haotian inner sect disciples with lower cultivations paled. Horror filled their eyes as they retreated, not daring to get too close to the combat bell. What a horrifying state of ice! They are the people of the extreme Yin sect. The casual display of the newcomers allowed the crowd to guess their identity. Their eyes filled with doubt. The extreme Yin sect was very strong. There were 2 Emperor Wu in the sect. Among the 9 ranks of the great families, they were considered peak existences. In terms of overall strength, they were much stronger than the Haotian sect and the Full Moon Pavilion. The bell has rung. Xiao Qin, you cannot leave. Xiao Qin stopped and said with a grave expression, Wan Feng. The person who arrived was the extreme Yin sect's Wan Feng. However, What made Xiao Chen's expression turn grave was not him, but the youth beside him. The young man was dressed plainly, and there was a faint smile on his face. However, his face looked like a block of ice that wouldn't melt in 1,000 years. His smile didn't have the slightest bit of sunshine, which made it even more strange. Xiao Chen could not figure out this youth's cultivation. It seemed to be much higher than Hu Hai's. The top true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect, one of the 7 giants by Wu Shiwei. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. Finally, someone recognized the youth. Their eyes filled with astonishment. This was a person who was as famous as their first senior sister. Even the calm, blue-robed administrator was moved. He said, "Bai Wuxiue, are you here to ring the bell as well?" The corners of Bai Wuxiue's lips curled up slightly. He said indifferently, "No, I do not think that I can defeat Shui Lingling. I am just here to see what kind of person can make my little junior brother work so hard." I remember now. The person who rang the bell is called Wan Feng. Like Bai Wuxiue, he is the extreme Yin old man's final disciple. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen even offended him. "I'm afraid this is not going to be easy. Our Haotian sect's reputation is going to suffer." That Wan Feng is already a peak early stage, superior grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he has taken the extreme Yin old man as his master. Aside from the true inheritors of our Haotian sect, no one should be able to defeat him. The people below whispered to each other as they looked at Xiao Chen. They could not help but feel a little worried for him. Earlier, when Xiao Chen faced off against Qiu Yi, no one had been so worried. After all, Xiao Chen's strength was clear for all to see. Xiao Chen's chances of victory were at least 50-50. However, now his opponent was Wan Feng, the extreme Yin old man's final disciple. Everyone felt that Xiao Chen's chances of victory were not high. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yanyu also revealed worried expressions. Back in the Sky Dome realm, the two of them had personally experienced Wan Feng's strength. "Xiao!" Wan Feng gently leaped up and landed on the arena. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. He said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chen, I have to thank you. Without the pressure you gave me, I would not have improved so quickly in such a short time." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently, "There is no need to thank me. I will help you again today." The battle of words quickly escalated to a clash of auras. Wan Feng's expression turned cold. He wanted to suppress Xiao Chen with his aura first. A cold wind held behind Wan Feng. His aura was like a snowstorm as it surged toward Xiao Chen. Snowflakes seemed to fall in the air. For some reason, the temperature in the arena dropped by 100 degrees Celsius. A layer of hard ice formed on the ground, spreading up from Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen gently raised his right foot and stomped down ferociously. "Kassier! Kassier!" The hard layer of ice on the arena suddenly shattered. They turned into ice shards that filled the sky and danced in the air. Under the direct sunlight, they flickered with an icy light. They looked like dazzling pearls. Xiao Chen activated the ancient sovereign's bloodline in his body. A vast, drawn-out, ancient aura burst forth and turned into a strong wind. The gust of wind seemed to have traveled through time, blowing over from the ancient times. The ice shards dancing in the air were injected by the strong wind. As it spun, it pierced through the air. This beautiful object had turned into a sharp killing weapon as it rained down on Wan Feng. Wan Feng was astonished. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so incredible in a clash of auras, surpassing him. Seeing the ice shards flying at him, Wan Feng took a step back and threw a palm strike. Bang! 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 Shattering sounds filled the air, resounding endlessly. The force of this palm strike shattered all the ice shards into powder. Xiao Chen's sovereign's aura was also completely nullified. Xiao Chen had burned half of his vital qi to deal with Qiu Yi earlier. So he did not have any intention of continuing with the burning heaven fist. Standing on the blue dragon image, Shao Chun leaped up and passed through the ice shards filling the air. Then he executed a tyrannical, berserk dragon fist at Wan Feng. Wan Feng smiled coldly to himself. He did not panic. He tilted his body slightly and used his palm as a saber. Then he chopped down at the roaring blue dragon. A smooth crack appeared on the blue dragon image, formed by quintessence, and it immediately crumbled. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Wan Feng made a strong counterattack. He circulated his ice quintessence and sent out 3 palm strikes, knocking Shao Qin back and regaining the initiative. Shao Qin, it looks like your physical body is only SOSO. Draw your saber. Today, I am already extraordinary. It is not something you can imagine, Wan Feng said proudly after he knocked back Shao Qin. The blue dragon sank slightly and landed firmly on the ground with Shao Qin. Wan Feng had burned half his vital qi, so its might had decreased. Furthermore, he did not want to show off too much in front of Bai Wuxue, so he held back. Shao Chen flipped his left hand and summoned out the lunar shadow saber. He smiled faintly and said, "You are not the only one improving in this world. In that case, let me see how extraordinary you are." Wan Feng looked at Shao Qin, who had taken out the lunar shadow saber. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Don't disappoint me, white-robed bladesman. Flower cage." Wan Feng spread out his fingers and gently patted at Shao Qin. A flower image embedded into the ground appeared on the arena below Shao Chen's feet. When Shao Chen felt a strange energy flowing in the ground, his expression changed slightly and he leaped up. Wan Feng smiled faintly and pulled with his right hand. The ice flower image on the ground suddenly emerged and turned into a huge ice flower. The layers of ice petals were 100 meters wide. They looked like a huge mouth biting at Shao Qin in the air. It looked like this Wan Feng had learned a new martial technique in the extreme insect. The last time Shao Qin fought with him, he had not seen such a strange martial technique. The flower soared into the air. There was even a stalk attached to the ground. From a distance, it looked like a real flower dancing in the wind. The surrounding cold qi slowly gathered, and the stalk grew longer. The flower chased after Shao Qin, biting at him continuously. No matter how Shao Qin dodged, he could not shake it off. Wan Feng smiled faintly and pushed off the ground. He turned into a white figure, charging at Shao Qin. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's palms were transparent like ice, flickering with a faint cold light. He sent out 3 palm strikes, trying to block off Shao Chen's path of advance. Every single palm wind formed an ice storm in the air. As the storm howled, it seemed as if it could shatter mountains. What a powerful ice quintessence! He truly lives up to his reputation as the extreme Yin old man's disciple. When the surrounding Supreme Sky sect disciples saw Wan Feng send out 3 palm strikes, they were flabbergasted. Wan Feng could condense his ice-attributed quintessence to such a level. Even the peak disciples of the extreme Yin sect would find it hard to do so. Only the disciples of the extreme Yin old man could do so. While others could not avoid the ice storm, Shao Qin did not feel much of it. He was a bladesman. With the support of his saber intent, he had never been afraid of such a head-on clash. In the past, when Shao Qin had a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, he did not fear such a quintessence storm. Now that his saber intent had reached great perfection, he did not care about it. Xiao! Electric light flickered. Shao Qin only used his 60% comprehended saber intent to send out 3 saber strikes, sending out 3 strands of purple saber qi. The saber qi was like a saber cutting through the sky, splitting the 3 quintessence storms in half. The storms shattered and turned into countless snowflakes, drifting away. Wan Feng's face filled with shock. He had not expected Shao Chen's saber intent to improve so quickly. It was completely different from when he was in the Sky Dome realm. However, this was within Wan Feng's expectations. Seeing Xiao Chun break the three storms, Wan Feng's figure flashed backward. Then he spread open his palm and smashed down. Coldine palm! The drifting, icy, spiritual energy in the air condensed into a huge palm. Then it pressed toward Xiao Qin. The palm contained the extreme yin sex, special state of ice. The surrounding yin and yang were out of balance, and the yang-attributed energy was continuously squeezed out. The yang-attributed energy formed clumps of yang flames that shot into the surroundings like arrows. When the yang flames landed on the ground, they blasted open deep pits. Some of the unlucky Haotian sect disciples were struck by the yang flames and vomited mouthfuls of blood, startling the others. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. This palm strike was Wan Feng's consummate technique. It looked like Wan Feng was determined to force him into the ice, flowers chasing after him. However, this palm strike was still somewhat lacking. 4-season saber technique, cycle of seasons. All sorts of mysterious phenomena materialized around Xiao Qin. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There was the flowing water of spring, the blazing sun of summer, the rustling autumn wind, and the merciless winter snow. The various scenes materialized the cycle of the 4 seasons, the cycle of life and death. Bang! The saber light clashed with the ice palm in the air, producing a surging shock wave that spread out in all directions. When the boundless power of seasons clashed, the Coldine palm that Wan Feng placed his hopes on turned into ice shards and scattered. Seeing Xiao Chen's relaxed appearance, Wan Feng felt frustrated. He could not understand why, even though his cultivation had soared and he had learned a secret technique, he still could not do anything to Xiao Qin in the end. Furthermore, the gap between them seemed even wider than when they were in the Sky Dome realm. In the past, Xiao Qin had to pay full attention to Wan Feng. Now, Xiao Qin did not care at all, appearing relaxed. The two fought intensely in the air. The result was somewhat surprising. Wan Feng, who had arrived with a surging momentum, used all his moves, sending out all sorts of strong martial techniques. However, he still could not do anything to Xiao Qin. The white-robed bladesman in the air stood on a blue dragon image. As it moved up and down, it broke Wan Feng's killing moves one by one. It seemed like he still had energy left over. Chapter 694. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Wan Feng, is this what you meant by extraordinary? You're only SOSO. I really do not see any improvement aside from your cultivation." Damn it. After being mocked by Xiao Qin, Wan Feng felt even more frustrated. He shouted and circulated all the quintessence in his body. The surrounding temperature plummeted, forming a terrifying cold current. Great icy palm, a cold wind blew, and all the cold currents suddenly converged together, forming a giant ice palm. The palm was densely covered in veined patterns. The icy palm appeared too quickly, as if it had suddenly grown out of thin air. It grabbed Xiao Chun tightly in an instant. Wan Feng's complexion paled somewhat. He laughed loudly and said, "Let's see how you are going to continue being arrogant. I will squish you to death." The sudden change in the situation stunned everyone. Gong Yangyu and Yu Chensi could not resist the urge to fly up. Under Wan Feng's control, the huge icy palm grabbed Xiao Chen tightly. The cold qi contained a vast force, trying to squish Xiao Chen into a meat patty. Xiao Chen felt the force in the palm and did not mind it. He had already cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the 7th layer. Now his physical body was as strong as an early-ranked sage body. If it were another martial monarch of the same cultivation, they would have suffered internal injuries if Xiao Chun grabbed them like this. The immense pressure would have crushed their internal organs. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was already so horrifying. How could he still feel fear? His qi and blood surged, dispelling the cold. Then he clenched his fists and opened the 12 acupoints on his arms. Break! A surging power burst out, and the ice palms shattered with a loud bang, turning into huge ice shards that scattered on the stage with loud banging sounds. Wan Fong vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His complexion was pale, devoid of blood. When Xiao Qin felt the icy flower chasing after him open its mouth to bite at him again, he could not be bothered to dodge. He turned around and stabbed the flower bud with his saber. Xiao Qin secretly unleashed his great perfection's saber intent, and the ice flower bud immediately shattered, its roots breaking. Wan Fong, who was on the ground, looked at Xiao Qin, who stood in the air. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he appeared extremely dispirited. 2 months ago, Xiao Qin's strength had been about the same as his. If not for that heaven-ranked martial technique, it would have been hard to say who would have one. However, after 2 months, Xiao Qin's growth in the Kunlun realm had rapidly surpassed Xiao Qin, leaving him far behind. Seeing Xiao Qin emerge victorious, Gong Yangyu and Yu Chenxi relaxed, revealing faint smiles on their faces. At the side of the arena, Bai Wuxiue, who had been watching the competition, did not show any change in his expression. He said indifferently, "Indeed, it is like that. No wonder Master wanted me to do it. If I don't kill this person, little junior brother will develop a demonic barrier in his heart." Great frozen palm print. The strongest disciple of the extreme Yin sect, Bai Wuxiue, silently made his move. A huge, icy palm descended from the sky, smashing toward Xiao Qin at lightning speed. This palm strike was very secretive. By the time Xiao Qin discovered it, it was already above his head. In the next moment, it would land on his body. There was also some unusual Yin-attributed qi in the icy palm. It was also a great frozen palm print, but it was several times stronger than Wanfeng's. Xiao Qin did not have time to think. He rolled on the ground. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a deep pit appeared where Xiao Qin had been standing. The hard arena immediately shattered under this palm strike. A surging shock wave surged out, blasting Xiao Qin, who had not rolled far, into the sky. Hey! Bai Wuxiue was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he did not manage to kill Xiao Qin with this palm strike. He managed to dodge it. In that case, I'll send out another palm strike. The moment this thought appeared in Bai Wuxiue's mind, another bright, icy palm appeared in the air, heading for the flying Xiao Qin. It was so fast that no one present could sense it. Even if they wanted to stop it, it would be too late. The huge, icy palm that appeared in the air was like an ice mountain. Not only did it contain a boundless chill, but it also contained an unparalleled force. That was the horrifying force of a half-sage using quintessence. Xiao Qin's cultivation was much weaker than his. The situation was dire. Xiao Qin, who had just been knocked back by the shock wave, did not have time to think when he saw another icy palm flying at him. He gathered all his remaining vital qi and crossed his arms. A dragon roared and a tiger roared, materializing the stance of crouching tiger, hidden dragon. He could only clash head-on with this move. Bang! Xiao Qin flew back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he flew back like a kite. Bai Wuxiue was somewhat stunned. The might of the great icy palm was equal to a heaven-ranked martial technique. Unexpectedly, he failed to kill Xiao Qin with it. Bai Wuxiue's quintessence surged, raising his strength from 50% to 70%. The cold qi in the air surged and formed an even larger icy palm, pressing toward Xiao Qin. The huge palm happened to appear above Xiao Qin's head, forming out of nowhere. It did not give Xiao Qin any chance to dodge, directly encasing him. Kassier! Just as Xiao Qin prepared to execute the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the huge icy palm pressing down like an ice mountain suddenly shattered, turning into ice shards flying everywhere. Xiao Qin looked up and saw a purple-clad girl holding a purple bough on the profound sun bird in the distance. She had a stern expression as she stood proudly. A faint light drifted around her. Shui Lingling's eyes turned cold as she drew back the bowstring and fired another arrow at Bai Wuxiue. Hu Qi! A fiery light streaked across the sky like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could keep track of it, even with their eyes wide open. A grave expression appeared on Bai Wuxue's previously calm face. He quickly formed hand seals, and the surrounding cold wind howled, forming a whirlwind barrier of wind and snow in front of him. The fiery light formed by the arrow collided with it with a bang, producing a world-shaking sound. The entire summit of Giant Sword Peak shook violently. A boundless shock wave surged out, knocking away the surrounding disciples. A purple light flickered, and Shui Lingling landed on the arena. She said to Bai Wuxiue, "Bai Wuxiue, have you forgotten where this is? How dare you kill a disciple of our Haoqian sect in front of us?" The wind and snow scattered, and Bai Wuxiue smiled gently. "Naturally, I have not forgotten. This is Giant Sword Peak. As long as I ring the combat bell, I can challenge any disciple of your Haoqian sect." Someone turned their head and saw that the ancient combat bell had started swinging left and right at some point in time. However, strangely enough, it did not make any sound. "Hey, this bell seems to be broken. Unexpectedly, it cannot make any sound," Bai Wuxiue said in an exaggerated manner, pretending to be extremely shocked. "However, no matter what, the combat bell has already rung. Shui Lingling, you had best step aside. Unless this person admits defeat or is killed by me. According to the rules, you cannot appear in the arena," Bai Wuxiue said unhurriedly. He had anticipated such a situation long ago. He stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked at Shui Lingling unhurriedly. Shui Lingling's expression changed. She had not expected Bai Wuxiue to be so difficult to deal with. He had blocked all the words she wanted to say. "Ha ha ha. I was just joking. I really disdain killing such a person. Shao Qin, I will spare your life. My junior brother will come and take it personally." Bai Wuxiue was temperamental. He did not care about Shao Qin at all. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and quickly left with Wanfeng. "Second senior brother, why did you let that brat off? That was such a good opportunity earlier," Wanfeng asked, feeling extremely confused. Bai Wuxiue said indifferently, "There were no more opportunities. That brat managed to dodge the two best opportunities. Now that Shui Lingling appeared, do you think she will just watch as I beat that brat to death?" Shao Chen's expression turned sullen. As he watched Bai Wuxiue leave, he burned all the remaining vital qi in his body. Shao Chen's blood surged and flowed like a surging river. The sovereign's aura hidden in the monarch blood grass spread out, and his aura soared. Azure smoke rose from the Tianmen acupoint on his head and rushed into the sky. After the firmament body tempering, art advanced to the 7th layer. This was the first time Shao Qin burned all his vital qi without holding anything back. Green smoke drifted in the air, and a green flame quickly spread out. The blue sky was instantly burned into a green color. Layers upon layers of flames surged out, and dragon roar surged out without end. Bai Wuxiue, who was moving quickly, suddenly stopped in the air. His expression turned grave as he threw a palm strike at the sky without any warning. Bai Wuxiue's palm was as transparent as ice, flickering with a cold light. His reaction speed was already very fast, but he was still too slow. He could not gather all his quintessence in a short time. He had only sent out his palm halfway when the azure dragon fist descended from the sky, carrying a surging dragon might. A loud rumble came from the sky, shaking the sky and earth. Space trembled, and a horrifying might spread out. Even the many disciples in the distance felt fear in their hearts. Bai Wuxiue felt his arm go numb and tremble uncontrollably. The force from that dragon fist was at least 1,500 tons of force. Caught off guard, Bai Wuxiue could not block it with his full strength, even with his cultivation. The bones in his right arm ached faintly and cracking sounds rang out. Unexpectedly, cracks appeared in his arm. Wan Feng, who was beside Bai Wuxiue, was in an even worse state. The shock wave struck him and sent him flying back like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain in the distance. All the disciples on Giant Sword Peak looked at Xiao Qin like he was a madman. Unexpectedly, he dared to sneak attack Bai Wuxiue. Who was Bai Wuxiue? He was one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. He had become famous at a young age, occupying the top 10 of the proud son of heaven ranking. In this age of cultivation, he was one of the most dazzling human cultivators. His reputation was even higher than Shui Lingling's. No matter where he went, even the inner sect elders of the 9 ranks of the great families did not dare to offend him. They could only treat him with respect. This was because he might be the future Emperor Wu. Offending him was equivalent to offending an Emperor Wu. The consequences would be dire. No one was willing to become enemies with them. Hence, even when Bai Wuxiue sneak attacked Xiao Qin, the blue-clad elder on Giant Sword Peak did not dare to say anything when he saw Bai Wuxiue stop. He could only let the matter rest. Even someone as strong as Shui Lingling, the top true inheritor of the Haotian sect and one of the 7 giants, did not stop Bai Wuxiue when she saw him leaving. However, Xiao Qin, an inner sect disciple and a bladesman who was only a medial grade martial monarch, actually attacked Bai Wuxiue. Furthermore, he was so ruthless. Bai Wuxiue, no one is joking with you. Since you have given up on this battle, I will definitely visit the extreme Yin sect in the future and ring the combat bell openly. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked at Bai Wuxiue. He enunciated every word in a sonorous voice. Chapter 695. He didn't know anything about the 7 magnates, nor did he know anything about the future great emperor. He wasn't afraid of offending anyone. He only knew that as a martial artist, the most basic principle was that if someone attacked him with a sneak attack, he must return the favor. He could not suppress this anger in his heart because of fear and cowardice, making himself uncomfortable and sullen. He clearly wanted to kill you, wanted to casually slap you to death. So how could he end it with a joke? How could he say that he disdained to make a move and cover up everything? No matter how lowly he was, he still had his basic dignity. As a swordsman, he would rather break than bend. Bai Wuxiue felt an intense pain in his right arm. He forcefully resisted the urge to kill Xiao Qin on the spot. He said in a cold voice, "Even Wang Meng does not dare to go to the extreme Yin sect to ring the combat bell against me. Brat, you are even more arrogant than him. Don't make me wait too long, or I'll take your head." Bai Wuxiue glanced at Shui Lingling on the Giant Sword Peak, then looked at the inner city, floating above the Haotian city. After all, this was still the territory of the Haotian sect. As a half-saint, no matter how powerful his background was, he could only hold it in for the time being after missing the opportunity to kill Zhang Xian. On the Giant Sword Peak, the hundreds of Haotian sect disciples all looked at Xiao Qin as if they were looking at an idiot, shaking their heads and whispering to each other. This fellow is simply too ignorant. Does he really think that he is invincible just because he defeated Wan Feng and Qiu He? Unexpectedly, he dares to challenge Bai Wuxiue. That is one of the 7 giants of the younger generation. Even the true inheritors of our Haotian sect have to take a detour when they see him. The human race's Tianwu domain has a population of 10 billion people. For these 7 people to stand out from the countless geniuses and remain standing for so many years, how could they be mediocre? That's right. In the past few years, the golden age of martial artists has descended. Young geniuses have emerged one after another, and there is no lack of outstanding people. However, no matter how eager they are to become famous, they still don't dare to challenge the 7 giants. If not for first senior sister being here, he would have been smashed to death long ago. I really wonder where he got the courage to challenge Bai Wuxiue. All sorts of discussions and mockery entered Xiao Chen's ears, but Xiao Chen didn't care. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He had just come to Kunlun, and his cultivation was low. When he was not strong enough, he would not pay attention to the noise and restlessness of the outside world. Even after he made some progress and became famous in the inner sanctum, facing all kinds of praises and admiration, his heart didn't change. He just smiled indifferently and continued to cultivate. From the Xiao clan's Mo City to the heavenly Saber Pavilion, from the great Qi nation to the ancient desolate land, to the boundless sea, and finally to the great Jin nation's dragon sealing city. Finally, he went from the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm. Along the way, Xiao Chen had experienced too many ups and downs. He had once been famous everywhere and had once fallen to rock bottom, unknown to anyone. In the past, in order to train his killing intent, he had tirelessly slaughtered in the deep-sea battlefield for a year. Fame, fortune, glory, and splendor in the human world. He had long been very, very indifferent to it. He only followed his own principles, and his heart was directed towards the great Tao. He desired nothing else. He lived for his own Tao and would never care about the opinions of others. Bai Wuxiue bullied him, humiliated him, and even wanted to kill him. If he could endure this, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen, you are too rash. Bai Wuxiue is not the kind of genius that relied on medicinal pills to advance. He is not as simple as you think, Xiao Lingling said softly with a slight frown. Shui Lingling said softly with a slight frown. Having a strong enemy like Bai Wuxiue was too dangerous for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said, I understand. However, I did not say this casually. I will definitely go to the extreme Yin sect in at most 1 year, or at least half a year. Shui Lingling looked straight into Xiao Chen's eyes, trying to see what he was thinking in his heart. Aside from calmness, there was only calmness in those pitch-black eyes. They were like a pool of autumn water, calm and unperturbed. He was neither servile nor overbearing, showing neither joy nor sorrow. However, in the depths of Shui Lingling's bright eyes, she could see the pride and confidence that Xiao Chen hid in the depths of his heart. Xiao Chen was like a true dragon in hibernation, watching the winds and clouds rise and fall. When the time came, he would break out of the sea and soar into the clouds, soaring into the sky. Many thanks for first senior sister's help. Xiao Chen will take his leave first. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute to Shui Lingling and thanked her sincerely. Then, before everyone's eyes, he stood on the blue dragon image and disappeared into the clouds. Shui Lingling muttered to herself for a long time. Then, she revealed a grave expression on her pretty face. She muttered, I cannot see through him. Even though I can see his pride, I cannot see his heart. Perhaps he really can create a miracle. The Haotian sect produced Xiao Chen. I wonder what kind of people the other sects will produce. What kind of geniuses will there be in the other domains? It looks like chaotic times are really coming. Soon after, Shui Lingling seemed to think of something. She said, No, I have to speak to the sect master. A genius like Xiao Chen absolutely cannot die like this. Otherwise, it will be the greatest loss for our Haotian sect. The profound sun bird with overwhelming spiritual energy on Xiao Chen's shoulder revealed its true form with a PUCI sound. Then it carried Shui Lingling to the sky above the inner city. There seemed to be nothing there. However, it seemed to be Shui Lingling's destination. Xiao Chen, you are really crazy. Unexpectedly, you want to challenge a half-sage in half a year. After Xiao Chen returned to his courtyard, Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, could not help saying this. Xiao Chen sipped tea in the courtyard as he looked into the distance. As he looked at the clear lake in front, he said, Is that impossible? I have the purple thunder divine incantation, which surpasses a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. I also have an unrivaled physical body of the younger generation. The only difference between me and Bai Wuxiue is cultivation. Ao Jiao was flabbergasted. She said, "You make it sound really easy. It is just cultivation." "What do you mean by just cultivation?" "No matter how strong your purple thunder divine incantation is or how talented you are, you will need at least 2 years to advance from medial grade martial monarch to half-sage. Furthermore, Bai Wuxiue will not stop and wait for you to catch up. If he breaks through the bottleneck of martial sage, you will not be able to surpass him in less than 5 years. Shao Qin nodded and said, "I understand. Hence, I have to go to the savage battlefield. I need to find natural treasures like the golden savage ox's spirit core." Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "You are oversimplifying the savage battlefield. There are many forbidden lands in there. Back then, even the Thunder King did not dare to enter. Furthermore, at that time, all the outstanding talents of the entire Tianwu domain will enter. Even some loose cultivators who do not abide by the rules will enter. With such a huge competition, even if you have valuable treasures, you might not be able to make it out. Don't place all your hopes on the savage battlefield." Shao Chun frowned slightly. Suddenly he thought of something. He smiled and said, "Little Ao Jiao, you have learned to say things with a hidden meaning. Don't place all your hopes on the savage battlefield. Could it be that the Thunder King left some treasures in the Kunlun realm?" The Thunder King was an ancient martial emperor. Back then, he swept through the Kunlun realm's 100 races unhindered. Even several of the older generation emperor Wu were not a match for him. If he left some treasures, if Shao Qin could obtain them, it would be a great fortune. Catching up to Bai Wuxiue would be easy. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "You are overthinking. Even if there are treasures, you cannot open them. That is something you can only use after you advance to martial emperor. Furthermore, you might not be able to open them. Once you open the Thunder King's treasures, you will have officially acknowledged your identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. I do not wish for you to accept such a heavy burden." Shao Qin felt suspicious. He asked why. "Will there be some disaster if I become the Thunder King's inheritor?" Ao Jiao was not willing to say more. She said, "Don't ask. In any case, I do not wish for you to open his treasures. Go to the savage battlefield first. After that, I'll bring you to a place." Ao Jiao clenched her fist and smiled. "Don't worry. After all, you are my trashy master. I will not stand by and watch that fellow Bai Wuxiue bully you." Hearing the concern in Ao Jiao's words, Shao Qin smiled faintly. He no longer cared about the Thunder King's treasures. "Oh, by the way, how is my netherworld flower?" Rather than thinking about distant things, it was better to think about something more substantial. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was Shao Chen's greatest trump card. If he could improve it further, he would be able to protect himself when he ran into Bai Wuxiue. He would not be in such a passive state. Ao Jiao nodded and said, "Very good. While I was talking to you, I did not forget to use inattributed spiritual energy to nourish the flower bud. It will mature completely in another 3 months." "That's a little slow." Shao Qin nodded and said, "Can it be faster? That way, I will have another trump card in the savage battlefield." In the world of mountains and rivers in the Immortal Spirit Ring, Ao Jiao fiddled with the netherworld flower. She smiled and said, "Of course. Toss in 3 million superior grade spirit stones. The netherworld flower will mature in 1 month." Shao Qin casually asked for 3 million superior grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to half of Shao Chen's wealth. Shao Qin frowned and said, "You make it sound too simple. It is not easy for me to accumulate spirit stones. Furthermore, I do not even have enough spirit stones for myself." Ao Jiao said softly, "Be content with what you have. You picked up such a peak-grade immortal spirit ring for free. What more do you want? This immortal spirit ring of yours was something that Emperor Wu played with. Unless you can snatch a few high-ranked spirit veins, You'll have to use spirit stones if you want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Helpless, Xiao Chen could only endure the heartache and toss the spirit stones that he earned so hard into the immortal spirit ring. A beautiful rain of light immediately fell in the world of the ring. The petite Ao Jiao looked like a fairy strolling in the rain. Xiao Chen's fair, jade-like hands guided the motes of light to the netherworld flower. The white flame flower core slowly turned brighter. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense from the immortal spirit ring. Then he picked up the teacup and drained it in one go. It is time to start on my third goal. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen took out the secret manual for the dragon subduing / from the universe ring and started to study the second move, Soaring Dragon. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. This move was created after the first move, the dragon subduing / It could be used alone or in tandem with the blue dragon returns to the sea. The true dragon soars had many changes. Each change involved the circulation path of veritable energy, not to mention how to comprehend the state of this move. Just the several dozen veritable energy changes were enough to give one a headache. The circulation path of each veritable energy had its own meridians. There were strict requirements for which meridians the veritable energy passed through and which meridians it did not. Xiao Chen spent 3 days before he managed to remember half of the changes. As he slowly immersed himself in it, he felt that this move was much more complicated than the blue dragon returns to the sea. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. As Xiao Chen muttered these 2 sentences, he entered deep thought. These 2 sentences were written at the start of the second move. They seemed to contain the truth of this move. Hidden dragon in the depths, the Qian hexagram of the Book of Changes, meant that a gentleman should wait for the right opportunity before making a move. He should be good at preserving his strength and not act rashly. Chapter 696. This was Xiao Chen's understanding of this phrase in his original world. However, it could not be completely applied to this martial technique. According to Xiao Chen's understanding, the meaning of this phrase should be that the true dragon was hiding in the deep abyss, planning to make a move. When the momentum arrived, the true dragon would break out of the sea, leading to the phrase soaring dragon in the sky. What kind of momentum would allow the blue dragon to soar into the sky after it left the sea? Xiao Chen's gaze was deep as he looked at the lake in front of the courtyard. Then he simulated the scene of the blue dragon leaving the sea in his mind. A strong wind blew, lightning flashed, and the sky turned dark. A storm was brewing. The vast sea roared angrily, and the true dragon hid in the deep abyss. Xiao Chen stared at the sky without saying a word. He only watched the wind and clouds move, the ebb and flow of the tide, planning to soar into the sky. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly, and the illusion in his mind disappeared. He muttered, "It is still too early to think about the state contained in a heaven-ranked martial technique. I should familiarize myself with the circulation of quintessence first." In reality, even if most cultivators obtained a heaven-ranked martial technique, they would not be able to fully comprehend the state within 1 or 2 years. For example, when Chen Xiao became a true inheritor of 7 stars surrounding the moon, he immediately obtained a heaven-ranked martial technique as a reward from the sect. However, even now he had not fully comprehended it. While the Big Dipper sword Qi could move about freely, he could not truly bring out the moon. He could only bring out about 50% of the might of a strong heaven-ranked martial technique. There were very few people in the younger generation like Xiao Chen who could bring out 80% of the blue dragon's might. Most people would be satisfied with a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, Xiao Chen's requirements for himself were too high. After another 10 days, Xiao Chen finally understood all the circulation routes of soaring dragon in the sky. Without any interference, he could execute this move proficiently. "Xiao!" In the courtyard, Xiao Chen drew his saber. The saber light was like lightning as he circulated, soaring dragon in the sky. With the true dragon possessing his body, a blue dragon's shadow loomed over Xiao Chen's body. As his true essence revolved, Xiao Chen felt his body fill with an infinite strength. His strength was increasing rapidly, but he had been accumulating power without releasing it. The hidden dragon lurks in the abyss. A gentleman plans before taking action. When the momentum rises, the dragon soars into the sky. Xiao Chen took a light step forward with his right foot. Instantly, boundless power burst forth. It was a very casual step, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. Using this force, Xiao Chen's body became like a rocket filled with fuel, soaring into the sky with a dragon roar. Dragon might filled the air. Auspicious clouds covered Xiao Chen's body. The true dragon was formed together with the clouds. Its might shook the 9 heavens, and it came from all directions. He could sense that his saber aura had risen to its peak the instant it soared. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even react to it. By the time Xiao Chen recovered his wits, the peak saber technique was gone forever. He could not find it again. Bang! When the saber light chopped down, the dragon energy exploded. A terrifying sound rang out in the air, and the space trembled. The sound waves spread out in all directions. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chen landed on the ground. He looked at the trembling space, and the ripples lingered for a long time. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Xiao Chen knew that this attack could not be considered a success. He had only followed the path of his veritable essence energy and executed this move in a simple manner. Not to mention the states of the hidden dragon lurks in the abyss and the dragon soars into the sky. He had not even grasped the technique. The hidden dragon lurks in the abyss. A gentleman plans before taking action. It is fine if he does not take action, but when he does, it will shake the world. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The instant he moved, he grasped that peak state to instantly attack. Otherwise, if he missed the opportunity, the might would be greatly reduced. A pretty girl flew over from the mirror-like lake in front. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. When he saw the person's face, he stopped cultivating. The true inheritor, Junxi, gently floated down. With a few nimble leaps, she landed beside Xiao Chen. Junior brother Xiao Chen, it is time for us to depart. First senior, sister, told me to come and fetch you. What do you need to prepare? Go and make your preparations. Xiao Chen had already guessed the other party's intentions, so he was not surprised. He did not have anything to prepare, so he could depart at any time. The two flew side by side in the air. Junxi curiously sized up Xiao Chen. She asked, Xiao Chen, did you really issue a challenge to Bai Wuxue? The matter of Xiao Chen challenging Bai Wuxue on Giant Sword Peak had spread throughout the entire Haotian sect. Some busybodies even purposely spread it. Now, this news had already spread to the entire 18 southern provinces, creating momentum for this battle and turning it into an irreconcilable battle. Thanks to Yu Chenxi and Gong Yanyu, Xiao Chen was very familiar with all this. It was easy for him to figure out that someone was afraid of the big shots of the sect coming to mediate this battle. Thus, this person came up with this plan, wanting Xiao Chen to die at the hands of Bai Wuxue. As for who it was, Xiao Chen did not have the time to worry about it. This time, under Bai Wuxue's lead, the Extreme Yin sect will definitely go in for experiential training. At that time, it will be problematic to run into him. Junxi's delicate eyebrows revealed some worry. Xiao Chen did not mind it. He smiled and said, the savage battlefield is boundlessly vast. There are countless forbidden lands in it. It would be very difficult to run into him. Even if I did, I would still be able to protect myself. Junxi smiled helplessly and said, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. However, I believe that you are not lying. The people of the Sky Dome realm will always create miracles, just like the Thunder King that everyone looked down on in the past. The two chatted and laughed. Soon, they flew out of the city gates, heading for the ancient transportation formation outside the city. The transportation formation was built in the center of a vast plaza. At this moment, the surroundings of the plaza were filled with Haotian sect disciples. All of them had envious gazes as they looked at Qin Shao and the others on the transportation formation. They were going to the savage battlefield to seek fortuitous encounters with all the outstanding talents of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. If they were lucky, their strength would immediately soar after they came out. The savage battlefield opens once every 3 years. Every time it closes, there will be rumors of several experts finding natural treasures or treasures left behind by predecessors. It would be great if I could go, an inner sect disciple said excitedly. Even if First Senior Sister is willing to bring you along, you will only be a burden. Do you think that as a true inheritor, you can protect yourself? Someone at the side mocked. That person smiled embarrassedly and said, I was just joking. Even if she asked me, I would not dare to go. Without sufficient strength, even if I were lucky enough to find a treasure, it would be snatched away by the disciples of the other sections. If I am unlucky and run into a loose cultivator who does not abide by the rules, I might even lose my life. The person at the side smiled and said, It's good that you know. We inner sect disciples do not have that kind of fate. There are not many public lands of fortuitous encounters in the Tianwu domain. Hey, why is Shao Chun in there as well? A sharp-eyed person saw the white-robed Shao Chun in the transportation formation and immediately cried out. It really is him. That can't be. He is just an inner sect disciple. How can he be qualified to go to the savage battlefield? Did he really go crazy? First, he arrogantly challenged by Wu Xue. Now he actually dares to follow First Senior Sister to the savage battlefield. With his strength, even if he goes, he will only die. He will not be able to return. Shao Chen's appearance caused a commotion in the crowd. The various inner sect disciples all felt extremely jealous. The first elder of the Haotian sect smiled at Shui Lingling as he stood at the transportation formation filled with immortal qi. Lingling, I'll leave this group of fellows to you. Do your best to bring back all of them. Shui Lingling smiled and said, First Elder, don't worry. I will do my best to protect them. The first elder said softly, Let's go. I told you to find some herbs. If there is an opportunity, go and try to obtain them. The savage battlefield was experiential training ground. The various large sects had a rule that only their disciples could enter. Other experts, above martial sage, were not allowed in. If the first elder wanted to pick some herbs, he could only ask Shui Lingling for help. He could not do anything about it. The transportation formation flickered with light, and the group vanished from everyone's sight, transported 5,000 kilometers away. Wen Hua, Tianhe, Yun Feiyu, and the others in the crowd saw the scene. They showed sullen expressions and gritted their teeth. They nearly lost their lives in the savage beast forest. In the end, they did not obtain anything. Their mood was easy to imagine. Hua, Tianhe said in a cold voice, Let's go. Let's not remain idle. When that white-robed brat returns, we have to take good care of him. The savage battlefield was located in the north of the vast Tianwu domain, bordering the Fiend domain. Rumor had it that before the Immortal epic ended, it was the center of the Kunlun realm. The savage battlefield contained boundless mysteries. Even after the Immortal epic collapsed and the martial epic arrived, this place still flourished. Immortal qi spread everywhere. Countless spirit herbs grew. Immortal music often rang out, and one could even see illusions of flying immortals. However, during the 100 Races War of the Ancient Era, this place bore the brunt of the attack. It became the battlefield of the various martial emperors, reducing this immortal realm to rubble. That was a great battle that did not surpass 50,000 years ago. Since the birth of the martial epoch, there had never been such a great battle. During the ancient era, the martial techniques of the various races reached their peak. There were as many martial sages as dogs and as many martial emperors as the clouds. As their strength swelled, the various races became dissatisfied with their current positions and resources. They all wanted to monopolize the Kunlun realm and rule the 3,000 great realms. Hence, the War of the Emperors erupted. Countless martial emperors died in that battle. Emperor Wu, who normally called the wind and summoned the rain, spent his days plucking the stars and the moon, died in large numbers. The strength of the Kunlun realm suffered an unprecedented blow. The demonic world, which had existed since the Immortal epoch, interfered in the War of the Emperors. He even interfered in the Emperor War, wanting to turn the savage battlefield into a vast emperor's grave, burying all the martial emperors of the Kunlun realm. The remaining sovereign martial emperors of the various races came to their senses and worked together. Finally, they broke the demonic world's plot and chased away all the 18 demon monarchs. However, after the War of the Emperors, the glory of the Kunlun realm was gone forever. Several races even vanished in the long river of history, never to be found again. As for the demonic world, it became an eternal nightmare for the various races of the Kunlun realm. It was like a murderous sword hanging over people's heads, making them unable to eat or sleep in peace. The various races ruled over the border. They had a common enemy, the demonic world. The competition between them was intense. Occasionally, there would be friction. However, a true battle to the death would never happen again. Standing on the profound sunbird in the blue sky and white clouds, Shui Lingling spoke to Shao Qin and the others about some of the unknown stories of the savage battlefield. This broadened the horizons of Shao Qin and the others. Unexpectedly, there was such a grand past behind the savage battlefield, making them feel excited. Chapter 697. The savage battlefield was in the north of the Tianwu domain, and the Haotian province was in the south. The north and south were separated by tens of millions of kilometers. Although there were transportation formations that could shorten the distance, the transportation formations could not send them directly to the savage battlefield. Hence, the group rode on Shui Lingling's profound sunbird. With the profound sunbird's speed of Mach 10, they could save a lot of time. After June C heard that, she felt suspicious. She asked, "First senior sister, based on what you said, doesn't that mean that there will be young experts of other races in the savage battlefield?" Shao Qin and the others could not help but look over curiously. They were more concerned about this as well. If there were experts of other races, then the competition would be even more intense. Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "That won't happen. Back then, if not for the 4 sovereign martial emperors of our human race fighting against the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world alone, all the martial emperors of the other races would have died. The savage battlefield is a land of experiential training that the human sages fought for us juniors. Other races are not allowed to enter." The group all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. However, Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, "However, nothing is absolute. The large clans and sects of the fiend race can manage their disciples well. However, it is like our Tianwu domain. They cannot manage the loose cultivators of the fiend domain." Chun Shao interjected, "First senior sister, based on what you said, we will definitely run into fiend race cultivators. Tell us, how do the fiend race cultivators compare to us humans?" "They are very strong. They are one of the 5 major races." Shui Lingling thought for a while before muttering, "Since the ancient era, several races have disappeared in the long river of time. Hard to find traces of them. Now, the 5 major races are still glorious, with their inheritances not extinguished. Every one of them has their own strengths and cannot be underestimated. They are not weaker than us humans. Roughly speaking, the fiend race cultivators' comprehension abilities are not as good as humans. However, their physical bodies and bloodlines are much stronger than humans. There is no way to say who is stronger or weaker. It still depends on the individual. Shui Lingling continued. However, the demon clan experts with the spirit demon bloodline cannot be underestimated. In terms of talent, they're not inferior to us humans, and even a little stronger. Spirit demons were the most ancient demon race. The current spirit beasts were all their descendants. It was just that their bloodline had thinned countless times. The current spirit beasts had already lost their innate demonic nature. They needed to cultivate to become demonic again. Shio! Just at this moment, a white jade warship that looked like a pavilion flew over from behind. Even before the warship arrived, Xiao Qin could already feel a terrifying aura. Hu Hai looked back and frowned. It's the Full Moon Pavilion's white jade ship. The leader is the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingxing. They are here as well. Xiao Chen looked up and saw Feng Xingxing, whom Xiao Chen had met once before, standing upright with his left hand on the saber hanging at his waist. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the air. Even from 10,000 meters away, one would feel a slight pain in the eyes when looking into his eyes. Junxi and the others could not stand Feng Xingxing's gaze. They exclaimed in shock. What a strong saber intent! It looks like Feng Xingxing's strength increased again. Shui Lingling nodded gently and said, The strength of a bladesman is extremely terrifying. They have the calmness of a swordsman, but they also have a sense of pride and tyranny. There are not many true bladesmen in the world. They are just cultivators who use the saber. Among the younger generation, Feng Xingxing is undoubtedly a true bladesman. When Junxi heard this, she sneaked a glance at Xiao Qin, who still did not withdraw his gaze. She thought to herself, First senior sister has such a high evaluation of Feng Xingxing. I wonder what she thinks of Xiao Qin. Is he a true bladesman as well? Shui Lingling, it's been a long time. The white jade warship caught up to the profound sunbird. When Feng Xingxing saw Shui Lingling, he greeted her. Shui Lingling nodded slightly and smiled gently. It has indeed been a long time. Your improvement is truly astonishing. In less than a year, you will probably start challenging us, 7 giants. Feng Xingxing revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said seriously, Don't worry. I will definitely be the last one to challenge you. I will take my leave first. We will meet again in the savage battlefield. Of the 18 southern provinces, only Shui Lingling obtained the title of 7 giants. Although the two did not have any grudges, due to this relationship, the competition between them was intense. Hence, while Feng Xingxing's tone seemed calm, there was actually an intense confrontation hidden within. Shui Lingling faintly smiled. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear on her elegant and refined face. Qi. Just as the warship was about to speed up and overtake the profound sunbird, Feng Xingxing suddenly stopped the white jade warship with a wave of his hand. Then he looked at Xiao Chen with surprise. Feng Xingxing's pupils constricted as he imprinted the simple and unassuming white-robed Xiao Qin in his mind. Then he got the warship to take off again. First senior brother, what happened earlier? A female disciple on the white jade warship asked out of curiosity. Feng Xingxing replied casually, Nothing much. I just met someone with a saber, intent no weaker than mine. I was somewhat surprised. When the other true inheritors of the Full Moon Pavilion heard this, they were greatly startled. Feng Xingxing's casual words stunned them. Others might not know how strong Feng Xingxing's saber intent was, but they knew it very well. That was a great perfection saber intent. Even several of the older generation bladesmen could not achieve that. Furthermore, it was a perfect, great perfection saber intent. He could release and withdraw it as he pleased. That person from the Haotian sect was unknown. How could he be like their talented first senior brother, grasping a great perfection saber intent at such a young age? I remember now. He is the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Qin. He is the madman who challenged Bai Wuxiwe, the female disciple who spoke first said. A bright light flashed in Feng Xingxing's eyes. He said softly, "So it is him. It looks like I have to go and take a look at the battle at the extreme sect." The other 5 people on the profound sunbird looked at Xiao Chen with interest. Clearly, they were astonished as well. Feng Xingxing stopped the worship and looked at Xiao Chen. Blades men were usually extremely calm. They could face life and death calmly. Very few things would cause their emotions to fluctuate so intensely. Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao Chen is really unfathomable. I wonder what Feng Xingxing saw to make him so shocked." Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew that it would be too difficult to hide his saber intent from a true bladesman. This should be what Feng Xingxing saw. Xiao Chen smiled gently and shrugged his shoulders. Then he said casually, "Who knows?" Since Xiao Chen did not want to expose his trump card, the others could not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. They were no different. Just at this moment, a floral fragrance wafted over. A magnificent warship flew silently above everyone's heads. Hu Hai said somewhat angrily, "It's the Thousand Mystery Sect's flying fragrance ship. That fellow Hua Dao is really bold. Unexpectedly, he dares to fly above us. Even Feng Xingxing does not dare to be so arrogant." Hua Dao was the top true inheritor of the Thousand Mystery Sect. They were both from the 18 southern provinces. Long ago, he suffered greatly at the hands of Shui Lingling. Hence, there was a deep grudge between them. Shui Lingling's lips curled up in a casual smile. She said, "Let him be. I want to see if he still dares to be so arrogant in the savage battlefield." Xiao! A sharp killing intent tore through space and encased Xiao Qin. His body immediately tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. However, that killing intent disappeared in a flash. Before Shui Lingling could sense it, it quickly withdrew. Xiao Qin looked up and saw an elegant man in flowery robes on the warship, looking at him coldly. The sharp Shui Lingling could still sense that killing intent. She said sullenly, "Xiao Qin, I forgot to tell you. Zhuo Ping, whose nose you smashed crooked, is this person's fiancé. It looks like he has his eyes on you. Hua Dao is a ruthless person. He will do anything to achieve his goals. He will do all sorts of despicable things. You absolutely cannot separate from us on this trip." Jun Si giggled. She covered her mouth and said, "Junior brother Xiao Qin, you really do not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. You even smashed this pretty lady's nose crooked." Jun Si's bright eyes were like 2 crescent moons when she smiled. Coupled with that pretty face, Jun Si looked extremely adorable. She infected the others. This was originally a serious matter, but now they could not help laughing. Hu Hai laughed loudly and could not help but pat Xiao Chen's shoulder. He said, "It's fine. That woman is not a good person. Big brother who supports you. If that fellow Hua Dao tries to harm you, I will be the first to help you." Within the Immortal Spirit Ring, Ao Jiao, who is currently taking care of the Netherworld flower, also giggled. "So what if I smashed her nose crooked? The next time that bitch sneak attacks you, I will help you smack her mouth crooked." Xiao Chen was speechless. These people really wished for the world to be in chaos. As the top true inheritor of the Thousand Mystery Sect, even if Hua Dao was not as strong as Feng Xingxing, he would not be easy to deal with. Furthermore, according to what Shui Lingling said, this person was definitely a vile character. The methods that some people of the righteous Dao disdain to use might very well be used by this person. Shui Lingling smiled warmly. Her fluttering purple robes made her look like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. "Xiao Qin, you don't have to worry too much about Hua Dao. If he dares to make a move, I will directly smack him to death. The savage battlefield is not some other place." Xiao Chen's tone was indifferent, but it contained an unquestionable confidence and tyranny that gave one a sense of security. When one looked into the distance, one could discover a faint black screen in the distant horizon. It connected the sky and the ground. However, one could not see it clearly because it was very far away. As the group advanced, they met more and more outstanding talents from all over the Tianwu domain. All of them had powerful techniques and were filled with anticipation as they flew excitedly towards the savage battlefield. Occasionally, people would greet Xiao Chen's group. Of course, they were all doing so out of respect for Shui Lingling. Xiao Chen was the only female among the 7 giants of the younger generation. Furthermore, she was a girl as pretty as a flower. Shui Lingling's popularity was not limited to the 18 southern provinces, but throughout the entire Tianwu domain. 3 days later, the group could already see that faint black screen very clearly. It was a wall made of dense black qi. It was unknown how thick it was. It connected the sky to the ground, forming a demonic barrier that locked down this space. The black demonic qi gave off a heart-palpitating aura. If one looked at it for a long time, they would feel an unbearable pressure. Chapter 698. Many cultivators of various sects stood on a small mound not far from the black barrier. There was a hubbub of voices as they chatted with each other. When friends met, they chatted happily. When enemies met, they immediately started fighting without saying anything. Before Xiao Chen and the others landed on the mound, they heard the sounds of intense fighting. Quintessence surged, and the wind howled like thunder. Several cultivators gathered around the fight to watch the excitement. Occasionally, they nodded their heads. Clearly, this fight was of high quality. This was not a fight of an ordinary minor character. Otherwise, it would not have attracted such praise. On the profound sunbird, Hu Hai's eyes lit up. He shouted, "It's Feng Xingxing. He is dueling with someone." Xiao Chen had noticed long ago that the bladesman fighting was Feng Xingxing, whom he met 3 days ago. As for the other person, Xiao Chen did not recognize the stout man holding a black wooden staff. However, based on the way he fought, he could easily tell that he was a Battle Realm cultivator. Feng Xingxing's moves were large and powerful. As he swept his staff, a strong wind blew as he shouted continuously. There was also the image of an ancient giant behind him, also brandishing a wooden staff. With the activation of the ancient giant's bloodline, the stout man's strength was extremely ferocious. He forced Feng Xingxing to dodge. "Feng Xingxing, with your level, you dare to challenge my big brother? You are too naive. Ha!" The stout man laughed loudly, appearing very pleased with himself. 9 Battle Realm cultivators with vast auras stood behind the stout man. They were the famous 10 great Battle Realm geniuses. The stout man that Feng Xingxing defeated with 1 saber strike previously still had a scar on his face. He laughed loudly and said, "Second brother, beat him up ruthlessly. Later, I will carve a tortoise on his face and show him how powerful the Battle Realm cultivators are." When Xiao Chen heard this, he understood the grudges. The Battle Realm cultivators always worked together. Previously, Feng Xingxing had beaten the 10th brother badly. Now that they met again, of course, he wanted to take revenge. However, in Xiao Chen's opinion, it would be difficult. The second-ranked Battle Realm genius would not be a match for Feng Xingxing. He would also suffer a miserable defeat. With the support of Saber Intent, a bladesman did not fear clashing head-on. Even though Feng Xingxing possessed a great perfection Saber Intent, he still dodged. Clearly, he was looking for a weak point and wanted to kill it in 1 strike, not wasting any of his strength or trump cards. On one hand, he was guarding against the top genius of the Battle Realm, who had yet to make his move. Furthermore, when he entered the savage battlefield later, he would face even more intense competition. This was just an appetizer. If he could conserve his quintessence, he would. If he could not expose his trump cards, he would. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. The stout man fought to his heart's content, forcing Feng Xingxing to retreat. When Xiao Chen saw himself forcing the famous Feng Xingxing into such a sorry state in front of so many outstanding talents. He could not help getting carried away. Amidst the continuous attacks, an insignificant flaw appeared. It was almost negligible because the flaw was too small and the time it appeared was too short. As soon as he appeared, the burly man reacted and hurriedly changed his move to make up for it. He was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Although he looked bold and unrestrained, he was not reckless in battle. However, it was too late. Feng Xingxing narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. His defensive saber move suddenly burst forth with an unparalleled sharpness. The ordinary saber blade gave off a bright light. Feng Xingxing's aura instantly changed. It was like he was a completely different person. A strong wind blew, and Feng Xingxing's clothes fluttered. He ferociously swung his saber forward and instantly grasped that opening, catching the burly man, who was preparing to change his move to make up for it, off guard. Dang! 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 The saber clashed with the metal staff, creating sparks. The burly man's move immediately became messed up. Feng Xingxing did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He took 7 steps forward, forcefully expanding the small opening that he originally had into something that would affect victory or defeat. Furthermore, Feng Xingxing's saber intent and quintessence did not increase. He still relied on his original strength and exquisite saber techniques. Everything happened very quickly. By the time the other Battle Realm geniuses reacted, the metal staff in the burly man's hand had already been knocked away. The situation was dire. Boom! A strong aura burst forth, and a person leaped out from behind. Then this person leaped to the front of the burly man and used his gloved right hand to block Feng Xingxing's saber strike. This person caught Feng Xingxing's heavy saber strike with one hand. However, he did not move back at all. The energy on his saber surged out, kicking up a ferocious strong wind. "Big brother!" the burly man said with lingering fear after dodging a calamity. The person who came was the top genius of the 10 great battle realms, Niu Deng. In less than half a year since he arrived in the Kunlun realm, he had already defeated several famous young experts. This had allowed Niu Deng's reputation to soar rapidly. His reputation as the top genius of the battle realms was not exaggerated at all. Feng Xingxing and Niu Deng both feared each other's strength. After exchanging blows for a while, they tacitly withdrew their moves at the same time. Niu Deng smiled coldly and said, "You'd best not let me meet you in the savage battlefield. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." Feng Xingxing sheathed his saber and said calmly, "Do you think I fear you?" The two of them looked at each other in an extremely unfriendly manner before returning to their own teams. Hu Hai clicked his tongue and said, "This is really intense." Before entering the savage battlefield, it has already reached the point where one side lives or the other dies. This trip to the savage battlefield will probably be even more intense than the previous ones. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That is natural. This is the age of geniuses, where many outstanding talents gather. It would be impossible for it not to be intense. Let's go in first." Feeling suspicious, Junzi asked, "Can we go in?" The demonic barrier does not seem to have weakened completely. I see that the others are waiting. Shui Lingling smiled faintly and did not say anything. The profound sun bird under her suddenly accelerated, turning into a beam of green light heading for the demonic barrier that connected the sky and the ground. When Shui Lingling approached the demonic barrier, her expression sank slightly. She sent out a palm strike, and her purple robes fluttered in the wind. The dense and surging veritable essence energy surged out, immediately tearing a large hole in the demonic barrier that others did not dare to look at directly. A green light flickered, and before the hole closed, the profound sun bird quickly entered. Shui Lingling did not wait for the demonic barrier to weaken. She directly shattered the black wall of demonic chi with a palm strike and forced her way in. Although the outstanding talents outside were startled, they were not too surprised. However, there weren't too many surprises. because the 7 great powerhouses who had arrived earlier had all forcefully broken in. The 7 giants truly live up to their name, only they are half-sages and have the ability to force their way in. In this experiential training of the savage battlefield, the 3 holy masters all went to the outer region to adventure. These 7 will probably gain the most. They can't do anything about it. Half-sages can already comprehend the laws of the world. Their quintessence is very different from ours. The difference is too great. The various outstanding talents discussed the situation. As they watched the 7 giants enter one by one, they could not do anything about it. Even experts like Feng Xingxing, Niu Dang, and Hua Dao could not do anything about the demonic barrier that had not weakened yet. The demonic barrier needed strong quintessence to break through. There was no shortcut. The 7 giants' combat prowess was similar to the 7 giants. However, in terms of quintessence, they were much weaker. After a while, the black wall formed by the demonic qi began to weaken at a rate visible to the naked eye. The eyes of Feng Xingxing and the others lit up. They could not wait to force their way in. Some of the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time could no longer wait and wanted to take this opportunity to charge in as well. Unfortunately, these cultivators did not have enough quintessence. They were weaker than Feng Xingxing and the others. The moment they entered, they heard blood-curdling screams. This made some of the restless cultivators immediately turn obedient. Only when the sky turned dark and the demonic barrier weakened completely did everyone enter the savage battlefield in a single file. At the same time, some sneaky figures took the opportunity to barge in from some of the more desolate areas of the demonic barrier that spanned 500 kilometers. These were all loose cultivators who came because of the fame of the savage battlefield. They were all very old and had deep cultivations. Most of them were at least as strong as Feng Xingxing. There were also some whose cultivation bases were comparable to the 7 powerhouses of the younger generation. The savage battlefield, which was held once every 3 years, officially opened. The various factions gathered here, as well as many loose cultivators who came to try their luck. Under the calm surface, undercurrents surged. No one knew what kind of sparks would erupt. Dark clouds lingered in the blood-dyed sky. The sky was dark and gloomy, devoid of light. When one looked up, the sky looked like it would fall at any moment, inspiring a strange pressure in one's heart. A strong wind howled for thousands of kilometers. The ground was covered in scarlet soil. It looked like the soil and blood were mixed together. This place was the famous savage battlefield of the Tianwu domain. The profound sun bird, which had the bloodline of an immortal beast, felt extremely frustrated here. It was very sensitive to the aura in the air. Shui Lingling did not force the profound sunbird. She let it shrink to the size of a palm and perch on her shoulder. Then the group walked on the ground of the savage battlefield. When Xiao Qin felt the ancient aura of the savage battlefield, he suddenly thought of the mysterious map he obtained when he killed Lone Wolf. The aura on that map was no different from the aura of this place. The terrain was similar as well. Could this be the map of the savage battlefield? Xiao Chen's heart pounded heavily. Not only could the mysterious map imprint all the images into one's mind, but it also accurately marked out the danger level of the various forbidden lands. If one could follow the map, not only would they be able to reduce the time spent exploring, but they would also be able to avoid some of the dangerous forbidden lands. Their survivability would increase significantly. First Senior Sister, where are we going now? Chapter 699. When Hu Hai and the others felt the strange atmosphere, they all calmed down. Then they looked at Shui Lingling, who had been here before. Shui Lingling looked around and said, "We are now in the northern part of the savage battlefield, the bloody ground wasteland. This is a rather peripheral area, so it is not very dangerous. However, we still need to be careful." Hu Hai's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "I've heard of the bloody ground wasteland before. This place produces blood crystals. It is a treasure land." Blood crystals were rare ores that could only be formed in ancient battlefields filled with endless massacres. Naturally, the savage battlefield was of a higher standard than the other ancient battlefields. According to legend, this was the battlefield of emperors. Blood crystals could temper a cultivator's mental energy. In the martial epic, secret manuals and cultivation techniques that could directly cultivate mental energy only existed in legends. Mental energy could only be strengthened by external objects. Blood crystals were the peak of such external objects. One inferior grade blood crystal could sell for 30 to 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's right. This place does indeed produce blood crystals. However, blood crystals are not that easy to obtain. We have to find a blood crystal mine first and kill the twin-headed demonic blood wolves that feed on blood crystals." Mental energy was very useful to martial monarchs. The most direct manifestation of this was the expansion of one's perception, aura, and mental state. As for pure mental energy martial techniques, they were extremely rare. However, there were many geniuses in the Kunlun realm. Just because they were rare did not mean that they did not exist. If one really met a cultivator who knew mental energy martial techniques, having a stronger mental energy would increase one's ability to protect themselves. Come, let's go to the inferior grade blood crystal mines to take a look. After 3 years, they should have recovered significantly. Shui Lingling led the 5 of them through the vast, bloody ground wasteland. Along the way, they encountered some low-grade demonic beasts that blocked their way. However, Shui Lingling killed them all. It had to be said that following such an experienced and strong first senior sister made things much easier for Hu Hai and the others. Otherwise, Hu Hai and the others would not even know where to go on this bloody ground wasteland, which had almost the same terrain. Not to mention, there were countless demonic beasts harassing him. Under the constant disturbance, it would be very difficult for his mind to remain calm. With Shui Lingling here, these small things were not a problem. They just needed to follow behind her. "Stop! There is a group of high-level demonic beasts flying over." Shui Lingling, who had been rushing ahead, suddenly stopped. She waved her hand, and the profound sunbird on her shoulder immediately enlarged, spreading its huge wings. Shui Lingling entered the wings and called Xiao Qin and the others to come in as well. Then the profound sunbird's wings quickly closed, covering them tightly. Every single feather on the profound sunbird's body burst into flames, turning its entire body into a green fireball. Sizzling sounds came from the air. The flames on the profound sunbird seemed to have a strong suppressive effect on the aura of the savage battlefield. Under the burning of the profound yang true fire, the turbid and unpleasant-smelling air was unexpectedly purified into a large area of fresh and clean air. When the high-ranked demonic beasts in the sky saw the clump of flames on the ground, they all felt a natural fear and quickly avoided it. After a long time, the profound sun bird retracted its wings and shrank back to its original size, landing on Shui Lingling's shoulder. Everyone looked up and saw more than 100 flying demonic beasts in the sky ahead, slowly vanishing from sight. Hu Hai said with some fear on his face, "Those are flying demonic eagles, rank 8 demonic beasts. There are actually more than 100 of them. If they discover us, the consequences will be dire." Shui Lingling corrected Hu Hai. "Those are not ordinary flying demonic eagles. They are mutated flying demonic eagles. Their feathers and bones have all crystallized, and they are extremely horrifying. They are the most difficult demonic beasts to deal with in the bloody ground wasteland." Fortunately, there was no mishap. Under Shui Lingling's lead, the group continued forward. After 1 hour, they arrived at a crack in the bloody ground wasteland. After making many turns and turns in the dark underground, they finally arrived at an inferior grade blood crystal origin. Unfortunately, aside from a pile of twin-headed demonic bloodwolf corpses, there was nothing else on the ground. The ground was full of potholes, and the inferior grade blood crystals had all been picked clean. However, there was nothing to be found. Clearly, someone had arrived first. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and left without saying a word. After that, they searched for a few more inferior grade blood crystal origins. However, without exception, someone else had arrived before them. Strange, Bai Wuxiue and the others would not be so ruthless. Furthermore, inferior grade blood crystals are not worth them doing this. It looks like loose cultivators sneaked in ahead of us, Shui Lingling said softly. After thinking for a while, she immediately made a decision. Ordinary blood crystals are useless to me. However, they are very useful to you. Since we are passing through the bloody ground wasteland, we should take some blood crystals with us. 6 hours later, Shui Lingling led the group to a crack in the depths of the bloody ground wasteland. The scarlet crack burst open, and liquid flowed out of the soil on both sides. It looked like blood, looking very strange. This is a medial grade blood crystal origin. The guardian beasts here are even stronger. Regular loose cultivators would not dare to take risks here. Be careful. When the group heard this, they raised their guard, not daring to relax. The scarlet liquid flowed down the sides of the crack, giving off a heavy stench. As Xiao Qin and the others slowly descended, they experienced a long ordeal. This crack truly lived up to its name as the path to a medial grade blood crystal origin. Compared to the previous times, it took them several times longer to descend. Only then did the group find their footing stable. The front was pitch black. Shui Lingling sent out a floating clump of light, illuminating the surroundings and guiding the group. After a few steps, the group discovered the remains of several demonic beast corpses. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and continued to lead the way without saying a word. At the end of the path, a cave appeared before the group's eyes. Shui Lingling extinguished the clump of light and took out the purple bow on her back. When the people behind him saw this scene, they all tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. They looked very nervous. At such a close distance, Xiao Chen and the others could sense a few strong auras hiding in the cave. However, to their surprise, the group entered the cave smoothly and did not suffer any attacks. TSK, another group of people came. Gumu, you old fogey, are you still thinking of monopolizing the medial grade blood crystals here? A hoarse voice came from the darkness. The group looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s. This middle-aged man wore black robes and had withdrawn his aura. He hid in a crack in the cave. If he had not spoken, no one would have discovered him. There was a red mound about a kilometer in front of the cave. It gave off an alluring red light in the dark night. This was the medial grade blood crystal source that the middle-aged man mentioned. The eyes of Hu Hai and the others lit up. However, when they looked carefully, they saw a four-headed demonic blood wolf crouching beside the red mound. The wolf lay on the ground, and its 4 heads' eyes were all tightly shut. It was in a deep sleep. However, even in its sleep, the aura that the 4-headed demonic blood wolf gave off still inspired fear in everyone, not daring to underestimate it. When the group looked carefully, they discovered a faint scarlet halo on the ground. This halo happened to surround the area within 500 meters of the blood crystal source. What a crafty 4-headed demonic blood wolf. Even in its sleep, it did not forget to be vigilant. As long as it went past that halo, it would probably startle awake. However, no matter how powerful the 4-headed demonic blood wolf was, it was only a medial grade rank 8 demonic beast. A half-sage would have trouble dealing with it. With so many people working together, they could deal with it easily. Clearly, the 4-headed demonic blood wolf was not the problem now. The girl with the bow, you can stay. The rest of you can scram. Another voice came from above the cave. When the group looked up, they discovered a skinny old man standing upside down above the cave. This old man looked like he had taken root on an old tree. As he stood there, he looked extremely strange. This was probably the Gumu that the middle-aged man mentioned. This person had a deep aura and a horrifying cultivation, no weaker than Shui Lingling's. Originally, he wanted to monopolize this medial-grade blood crystal source. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man interfered, now that another group of people had arrived. Naturally, the middle-aged man was even more displeased. While this blood crystal source looked like a lot, the yield of medial-grade blood crystals was too low. With so many people, there was simply not enough to go around. Furthermore, the middle-aged man's initial plan was not to share it with anyone. Suddenly, the middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. Gumu, I feel that you and I can work together. Not only can we split this but these people will also not have to leave this place. This person looked rather kind-hearted. However, his thoughts were even more sinister than Gumu's. Gumu was somewhat stunned. Then he smiled strangely and said, "Ha ha! I did not expect that. That is a pretty good idea." Shui Lingling smiled faintly and said, "In that case, feel free to make a move and see who it is. There is no need to leave this place." As Xiao Chen spoke, she pointed her heavy purple bow at the middle-aged man. A sharp killing intent pierced through the air, staring at the middle-aged man like a venomous snake in the dark. The middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart for some reason. He circulated his quintessence and negated this killing intent. He said coldly, "Little girl, do you really dare to make a move? Gumu and I are people in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking. When we came out, you were not even born yet." Gumu said indifferently, "It looks like after 10-odd years, the little fellows of the Qianwu domain have all forgotten about our past deeds." Hu Hai, Qin Xiao, and Jun Xi's palms turned sweaty. They felt somewhat nervous. Unexpectedly, they ran into such powerful loose cultivators the moment they arrived in the savage battlefield. 2 people in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking had appeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, they did not care about the 9 ranks of the great families, wanting to kill and snatch their treasures. Xiao Chen's gaze wandered around, but his emotions did not fluctuate much. Be it the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the golden savage ox sculpture, or the 3 blue dragon images, he would be able to protect himself before a half-sage. Even if he could not defeat them and wanted to flee, he would still be able to do so easily. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the other entrance at the back of the cave. It was pitch black there. His spiritual sense could not penetrate it, let alone his vision. However, Xiao Chen could clearly hear the faint sound of footsteps coming from that direction. Chapter 700. Shui Lingling did not have the slightest bit of fear when facing 2 rogue cultivators who were ranked in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking. Under the illumination of the red light that occasionally flashed in the darkness, Shui Lingling's peerless face looked cold and fearless. Gumu and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. They could not figure out what was going on and did not dare to act rashly. This was especially so for the bow in Shui Lingling's hand. It seemed to be a holy weapon passed down from the immortal epoch. "Gumu, why are you hesitating? Riches come from danger. Such a fat sheep delivering itself to you is rare. If you take that purple bow to the black market, you will definitely be able to sell it for heaven ranked. It will be even more valuable than these blood crystals." The middle-aged man sent a voice projection to Gumu. Gumu stood upside down in the air and smiled coldly. "In that case, you can go first. After this, I will only get 40%. You can get 60%. This old fellow is still as crafty as ever," the middle-aged man muttered. Finally, he steeled himself and said, "I will count to 3. Everyone attack together." "No problem." The dark cave fell, strangely silent. The air seemed to freeze. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Hu Hai and the others felt that something was wrong. They all raised their guard to the highest, tightly grasping their weapons. Dong, dong, dong. Just as the 2 counted to 3 and were about to attack. Clear footsteps came from the cave behind them. Gumu and the middle-aged man quickly stopped their attacks. They were old and cunning. They did not want others to take advantage of them. The moment this group of people appeared, Xiaoqin noticed them. The leader was a young man in blue robes. He had a handsome face and held a folding fan in his hand, looking very scholarly. Behind this young man were 4 beautiful maidservants, each with their own merits. These 4 girls looked like they had pretty good cultivations, similar to Hu Hai and the others. Seeing this person's appearance, Qin Shao and the others were somewhat astonished. Clearly, this person had a great background. Jun Si said softly, "The passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng. Unexpectedly, he is here as well." Murong Lingfeng was the scion of the rank 9 Murong clan. In the Tianwu domain, he was as famous as Shui Lingling, one of the 7 giants. Because Murong Lingfeng showed affection everywhere and managed to court several famous beauties of the Tianwu domain, he was given the title of the passionate young master. In the eyes of men, he was definitely the most unwelcome type of person. Not only had this guy managed to woo the goddess in other people's hearts, but he had also managed to woo her. Not only had he managed to court the goddesses of others, but he had also let them go. No one knew who his next target would be. Gumu and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. They were both shocked to think that such a young half-sage had appeared. It looked like their plan of monopolizing the medial grade blood crystal raw was no longer feasible. Murong Lingfeng waved his hand, and the 4 maidservants behind him stopped in their tracks, not going near the red halo on the ground. "Ling," he said softly, "Murong Lingfeng, Xiaoyun, Murong Mountain Sect Feng, demon behind. Demon Feng not. Spirit Sun, demon Lingfeng, demon Chen dragon. Otherwise, if more people come, we'll only get less and less." Naturally, Shui Lingling did not object. She was not like the loose cultivators who lacked resources and needed to use blood crystals to exchange. She only needed to give Xiaoqin and the others a few blood crystals each. Gumu and the middle-aged man thought for a long time before saying, "Deal." "Good. In that case, let's kill these 4-headed demonic blood wolves together." Shoo! 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 Suddenly, 4 beams of light lit up the dark cave, illuminating it. The strong energy fluctuations startled the sleeping demonic blood wolves awake. However, no matter how powerful the 4-headed demonic blood wolves were, they would only be able to see this world for the last time when facing 4 half-sages. Gumu turned around and used his quintessence to imitate tree branches. Then he instantly wrapped them around a wolf head and infused his strong, wood-attributed quintessence into the wolf head. Bang! The wolf head burst open and blood spurted out. The middle-aged man sent out a skull imprint, and a baleful aura spread out. Then, another wolf head burst open. Murong Lingfeng waved his folding fan, and a sharp, fan-shaped quintessence moved like a crescent moon, chopping off a wolf head at the neck. Shui Lingling was even more relaxed. She gently pulled the bowstring, and a red light flashed. Then a wolf head burst open. Scarlet light shone everywhere. With the 4 half-sages attacking at the same time, the 4-headed demonic blood wolves did not have any chance to resist and died on the spot. When the group landed before the blood crystal raw, Gumu said excitedly, "All right, it is time to split the blood crystals. As agreed, the 4 of us will split it equally. I'll go first." The middle-aged man also revealed a relaxed expression. He was just waiting to split the medial grade blood crystals. Boom! However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng did not hesitate to attack at the same time, launching sharp attacks at the other 2. Murong Lingfeng gently waved his folding fan, and his figure flashed as he charged at the middle-aged man. Shui Lingling held her bow, and a sharp blade shot out from each end of the bow. Then she charged at Gumu. The expressions of Gumu and the middle-aged man changed drastically. They had not expected two juniors to abandon them after crossing the river, falling out with them on the spot. Bang! 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 In the spacious cave, there was a burst of intense energy fluctuations. Powerful true essence rippled outwards, causing the ground beneath their feet to constantly tremble. It was not convenient for the others to interfere in a battle between half-sages. They all retreated to the side. However, they all tightly grasped their weapons, prepared to help at any time. Gumu had a deep, wood-attributed quintessence. With a wave of his hand, he could produce all sorts of trees. As the trees grew, many branches appeared. If one got careless and got caught by the branches, the wood-attributed quintessence would seep into one's body, making it very difficult to deal with. Shui Lingling held her bow and executed a strange martial technique. The purple bow was very nimble in her hands. The sharp blades on both ends of the bow easily chopped the branches flying at her. They could not get close to her at all. Gumu attacked several times, but he could not do anything to Shui Lingling. Instead, she pushed him forward, forcing him back step by step. Gumu said angrily, "Two little fellows, are you tired of living? Do you think that after not coming out for 10-odd years, you can be so arrogant?" On the other side, the middle-aged man's situation was not much better than Gumu's. Murong Lingfeng's movement technique was ethereal. As he opened and closed his folding fan, he sent out crescent moon-shaped quintessence. He shattered all the skull seals that the middle-aged man sent out. The formless attacks, combined with Murong Lingfeng's movement technique that moved like the wind, forced the middle-aged man into a corner. "Two little brats, don't push us too far. When we came out, you were not even born yet." The middle-aged man scolded angrily. However, Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng just smiled and did not say anything, simply ignoring him. The two old men on the evil cultivator ranking did not understand the situation before them at all. After not coming out for several decades, they thought that the Tianwu domain was the same as before. They did not even think about it. After 10-odd years, who would still care about them? Now, the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain were in the limelight. Every one of them was an outstanding genius, a cultivator with great boldness and great accomplishments. They became famous at a young age. Then, they stood on the proud sun of heaven ranking, remaining there for 10 years, killing countless loose cultivators. Gumu ranked 49th on the evil cultivator ranking, and the middle-aged man ranked 50th. With such high rankings, killing them in Bushin Palace would be a great boon. Loose cultivators committed all sorts of evil. The people ranked so highly on the evil cultivator ranking could not be good people, so killing them was not a big deal. If one ran into these 2 loose cultivators alone, one might not make a move. After all, it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. However, in a one-on-one fight, there was nothing to hesitate about. These were the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. Their strength already surpassed that of many of the older generation cultivators. There was nothing to fear. No matter how Gumu and the middle-aged man cursed, how dissatisfied they were, or how much they struggled, they did not care. Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng remained silent. They dealt with every move, suppressing the 2, not giving them any opportunities. When Hu Hai and the others saw this scene, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, the top 50 loose cultivators of the evil cultivator ranking were beaten into such a sorry state. Kassier. The middle-aged man was slightly weaker than Gumu. He could not hold on any longer, and the passionate young master chopped off his left arm with his folding fan. His left arm was directly chopped off. Blood flowed like a fountain, and he held in pain. Gumu's expression changed slightly. If the middle-aged man died, he would not be able to survive the pincer attack of the 2. Hence he thought of retreating. Withered tree, reviving spring. The withered old man roared and used his trump card. His lethargic body suddenly bloomed with an extremely vigorous life force. His aura also rose steadily as the true energy in his body dispersed, causing ripples to erupt in the air, forming an earth-shaking, whistling sound. It was like a withered tree coming back to life. His strength increased by about 30%. The withered old man already had the strength of a half-step sage. Suddenly, his strength increased by another 30%. One could well imagine his battle prowess. When he sent out a palm strike, Shui Lingling, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. Gu Mu took advantage of this opportunity and quickly dodged. Then his cursing voice resounded. "Little girl, this old man will repay today's grudge tenfold in the future." A heaven-defying martial technique, like withered tree, coming to life had strong side effects. If one did not immediately consume a 10,000-year-old spirit herb that could increase one's qi and blood, the cultivator would lose their life force. Gu Mu did not have much lifespan left in the first place. With such a loss, unless he had a fortuitous encounter, he would not have many years left. Gu Mu's hatred for Shui Lingling was easy to imagine. Scram! When Hu Hai and the others saw Gu Mu's strength soar and rage, their expressions changed, and they quickly moved to the side. A full-powered strike from a half-sage could severely injure them. Now that Gu Mu's strength had soared, how could they dare to block him? Gu Mu's figure flashed as he headed for the cave entrance at lightning speed. Once he got out, he would be able to escape. Gu Mu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, when he arrived at the cave entrance, he discovered that at some point in time, the white-robed Xiao Qin had blocked the entrance, looking at him expressionlessly. "You are seeking death." Seeing that a mere medial-grade martial monarch dared to block him, Gu Mu threw a palm strike. Pa! Pa! The palm wind gave off a thunderous explosion. The vast, wood-attributed quintessence caused a strong wind to blow. It was like a majestic old tree furiously pulling out its branches, trying to tear Xiao Qin in half. Chapter 701. Seeing this palm wind, which could split a small mountain in half, about to strike him, Xiao Qin's expression did not change. All his vital qi surged like a surging river. Xiao Qin's qi and blood surged and burned. Now that the firmament body-tempering art had reached the 7th layer, Xiao Qin's physical body was already comparable to a sage body, giving off a strong life force. The acupoints on Xiao Qin's arms burst open. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand into a tiger. As he crossed his arms, the roars of a dragon and a tiger rang out endlessly, forming the stance of a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Bang! A surging energy came from Xiao Qin's arms, causing his internal organs to churn. His qi and blood surged, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Qin's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, not moving at all, blocking Gu Mu's attack. When Gu Mu discovered that not only did his palm strike fail to kill Xiao Qin, but it also failed to push him back, he could not help but feel astonished. Xiao Qin was a medial-grade martial monarch. How could he be qualified to resist him? Damn it! After his first attack failed, Gu Mu immediately sent out another palm strike. This time he used 120% of his quintessence. If Xiao Qin did not retreat, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Xiao! However, Gu Mu no longer had a chance to send out this palm strike. For the first time, Shui Lingling, who was in the depths of the cave, drew the purple bow in her hand into the shape of a full moon. A green, profound sun, true flame, burned on the arrow. She gently released it, and the flaming arrow streaked across the dark cave like a meteor, disappearing in a flash. It was so fast that no one could catch it. They could only vaguely see a beam of light flash by before disappearing. Bang! Gu Mu's skinny head suddenly exploded into a clump of fire. Then it turned into a headless corpse and fell heavily to the ground. Jun Si and the others rushed over. When they saw Xiao Chun bleeding from his lips, they asked out of concern, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Xiao Chen's sage body was almost complete. As long as he was not severely injured, he would recover very quickly. At this moment, he was already more than halfway healed. He smiled faintly, indicating that it was nothing serious. When the others saw this, they were all extremely shocked. They couldn't figure out why Xiao Chen only suffered such a minor injury after receiving Gumu's palm strike. Shui Lingling carried her purple bow on her back and leisurely walked over. She was not surprised that Xiao Chen was able to block Gumu. On the other side, the amorous young master waved his folding fan and beheaded the middle-aged man. Now that the two of them were dead, the blood crystal mine would be split in half. After Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling killed two experts ranked in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking, their expressions were calm. There was not the slightest hint of complacency. It was as if they had done something extremely ordinary. "Shui Lingling, I haven't seen you for a year, and your skills have become even better." Gently fanning himself, Murong Lingfeng, dressed in blue, fully displayed his scholarly aura. Then he sized up Shui Lingling. Murong Lingfeng did not hide the desire in his heart, adding a sinister air to his scholarly aura, an aura that could bewitch young girls. Unfortunately, Shui Lingling was not interested in this. She did not purposely show any dislike or any intention of getting close to him. She said calmly, now that the problem is dealt with, Murong Lingfeng, "How do you think we should split the medial grade blood crystal mine?" Murong Lingfeng was rather open-minded about this. In the Tianwu domain, there were only two women that could make him fail. Shui Lingling was one of them. Murong Lingfeng could not take down this girl, so he had long since lost interest in her. He only felt admiration for her. "Let's split it according to the number of people. You and I do not need medial grade blood crystals. You have 5 people on your side and I have 4. How about a 9th each?" Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." After the medial grade blood crystal mine was mined, the group obtained close to 500 medial grade blood crystals. Xiao Chun received more than 50. The people who obtained the medial grade blood crystals all revealed smiles. Each medial grade blood crystal was worth more than 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to obtaining 6 or 7 million superior grade spirit stones in just a short while. However, no one was foolish enough to exchange medial grade blood crystals for spirit stones. Using medial grade blood crystals to strengthen and stabilize one's mental energy was the right way to go. As for spirit stones, there were many other ways to obtain them. Before leaving, Murong Lingfeng invited Shui Lingling. "I received news from my sect that another true dragon cave was exposed in the dragon burial mound. How about we work together to explore it?" Ancient true dragons were buried in true dragon caves, aside from the true dragon skeletons and other precious spirit treasures. There would normally be many rare spirit herbs and ores around the true dragon cave. These ores and spirit herbs were worth cities and held a fatal attraction to half-sages. Shui Lingling knew about this as well. The herbs that the inner sect's first elder wanted her to pick were all around the true dragon cave. Shui Lingling muttered to herself for a while before saying, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I still have to help my junior brothers search for their fortuitous encounters." Murong Lingfeng performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Very well then. I'll take my leave first." As one of the 7 giants, Murong Lingfeng did not put on any airs. Before he left, aside from saying goodbye to Shui Lingling, he also nodded to Xiao Chen and the others. He could be considered a truly carefree person. After leaving this place, Shui Lingling intended to go to the superior grade blood crystal mine to try her luck. However, she found nothing. Superior grade blood crystals took too long to form. After they were all mined, it would take decades or even centuries to recover. As Xiao Chun followed behind the others, he was still pondering the palm strike he received from Gumu. Xiao Chen had taken a risk to receive that palm strike because he wanted to test how strong his physical body was. He wanted to know the consequences of receiving a full-powered strike from a half-sage expert. The answer he obtained did not satisfy Xiao Chen. Compared to a sage body, his physical body was still somewhat lacking. Xiao Chen needed to strengthen his defense, and his qi and blood were insufficient. He could not recover from his injuries quickly. Barely receiving a palm strike was not much of a problem. However, if the other party did not give him time to react and sent another palm strike, he would not have a good time. No, I have to be able to receive at least 3 moves from a half-sage's full-powered strike. Otherwise, with such a huge difference in cultivation, I can only run against a half-sage. I would not even have a 10% chance of victory. Xiao Chun thought to himself, setting a clear goal for himself. When Bai Wuxue saw Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling's true strength, the sense of danger he felt became even more intense. The strength of the 7 giants was not that far apart. Bai Wuxue's strength was definitely not weaker than these 2. They could even kill a famous half-sage loose cultivator without hesitation. It was easy to imagine how lowly Xiao Chen was in their eyes. The demonic barrier around the savage battlefield's periphery had already weakened. Several groups of sect cultivators could already be seen in the vast, bloody ground wasteland. These people were filled with anticipation as they searched for blood crystal raw ores. Some people accidentally found some scattered, inferior-grade blood crystals and were wild with joy. When Xiao Chen and the others thought about the 50-odd medial-grade blood crystals in their hands, they sighed. With someone like Shui Lingling leading them, they were much luckier than others. In the bloody ground wasteland, only blood crystals were valuable. The other natural treasures were inferior. Shui Lingling could not find any superior-grade blood crystals, so she did not waste any more time here. After passing through the long, bloody ground wasteland, the scene in front of the group finally changed. A pitch-black swamp appeared before them. Many cultivators gathered at the entrance of the swamp, hesitating to advance. They all cursed, not knowing what was going on. Shui Lingling said, "In front is the death swamp. The swamp is divided into the periphery and the inner area. Many demonic pythons reside in the periphery. The inner area is the true death swamp. When martial emperors died, their mental energy turned into departed spirits." Hu Hai thought for a while and said, "I heard that there are many strange fruits in Python Swamp. There is an earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. An earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. When he looked at the death swamp, which was filled with poisonous gas and dirty water, he could not help but feel excited. Although the group had not been to the savage battlefield before, they clearly had some understanding of some of the forbidden lands there. Chan Xiao continued, "After we pass Python Swamp and enter the True Death Swamp, we can exchange moves with the departed spirits of martial emperors. If we are lucky and do not die, our martial techniques will improve greatly." Shui Lingling revealed a faint smile on her elegant and refined face. Her red lips parted as she said, "You are right. However, the strange fruits all have strong, venomous pythons guarding them. The death swamp is even more dangerous. If you meet the departed spirits of martial emperors above 3-star, you will not have any chance of surviving." Xiao Qin looked at the crowd and frowned. "It seems like something is blocking the entrance. These people are not in a rush to enter. Any cultivator would be tempted by a strange fruit that could increase a cultivator's cultivation. They would not wait outside for no reason. Let's go over and take a look." When the group got close, they finally understood what was going on. Surging black miasma spread outside Python Swamp. Not only did it contain a strong poison, but it also blocked the vision of cultivators, preventing them from seeing the dirty water under their feet. There was only a path in the middle that someone had opened. The miasma was thin, and it provided a wide field of vision. This was the only entrance. However, at this moment, for some reason, a 600-meter-long venomous black snake as thick as a bathtub coiled around this only entrance. Its body was covered in black scales. A 7-centimeter-long black horn protruded from the middle of its head. Its body coiled up like a small hill, completely blocking the group's path. That bastard, Shimin Bao, is too much of a bastard. He lured over such a huge python and blocked us all here. That bastard snatched a 200-year-old earth essence fruit for himself and dumped all the trouble on us. The cultivators blocking the entrance all showed rage on their faces. However, no one dared to take the lead against this huge creature. They could only curse in their hearts. The Shimin clan was one of the rank 9 clans of the Tianwu domain. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. They had deep accumulations and strong strength, comparable to Morong Lingfeng's clan. However, Shimin Bao was slightly weaker than Morong Lingfeng. He was not ranked among the 7 giants, but he was an expert second only to them, on the same level as Feng Xingxing. Chapter 702. When Hu Hai and the others heard that this 300-meter-long python was lured over by Shimin Bao, they did not reveal any surprised expressions. This person was arrogant and despotic. Relying on his clan status, he acted fearless outside and often did things that harmed others to benefit himself. His great-grandfather was as strong as Emperor Wu. Even if he went overboard, the older generation experts would not dare to kill him. They could only teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if he angered Emperor Wu, the consequences would be dire. When Shui Lingling saw the 300-meter-long venomous snake, joy flashed in her eyes. She muttered, "A 300-year-old black-horned venomous snake. Its venomous horn is worth cities." Ha ha ha! A 300-year-old venomous horn. This old man is really lucky. I just arrived here, and I already obtained such a treasure. My poison attacks will improve further. Just as Shui Lingling prepared to kill the snake, loud laughter came from behind. A black figure streaked through the air, leaving behind a black beam of light. That beam of light crossed the distance of a few kilometers in a few breaths, heading straight for the black-horned venomous snake. Huang Qianren, the 31st ranked loose cultivator of the evil cultivator gang. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. When the others saw Huang Qianren's appearance, they all paled in fright and retreated, afraid that this person would target them and kill them. Huang Qianren was dressed in black, and his figure was scarily skinny. His eyes were sunken in, and black lines formed by poison circled them. This made his skinny face look exceptionally horrifying. This person was good at using poison and was infamous in the Tianwu domain. He had once poisoned 100,000 people to death in a city, not even sparing women or children. Huang Qianren's poison techniques were unfathomable. Several half-sages with stronger cultivations did not dare to make an enemy out of him. Even if they killed him, they would not be able to escape death after being poisoned. It would be easy for both sides to suffer. As a result, Huang Qianren was still active in the Tianwu domain, committing all sorts of crimes and inspiring fear in others. When such a ruthless person arrived, the cultivators stuck outside felt horrified. However, they all heaved a sigh of relief. With Huang Qianren here, the 300-meter-long venomous snake blocking the entrance could finally be eliminated. As Shui Lingling watched Huang Qianren make his move, she entered deep thought. However, in the end, she gave up. She didn't practice poison techniques, and she didn't have any friends who did. There was no need to fight with Huang Qianren just to collect a poisonous horn, especially when there were so many people present. Pu Piu! Just as Huang Qianren was about to reach the entrance, a long whip made of lightning tore through the air and attacked him with a thunderous sound. The lightning whip was like a wriggling, venomous snake. The electric light was dazzling, illuminating the dark space. The dust floating in the air was all blasted into smithereens by the static electricity, forming balls of powder that were blown away by the wind, causing the air in that area to be especially pure. As soon as the lightning whip appeared, Huang Qianren's hair stood on end. The black streak of light that had been rapidly streaking through the air was forced to come to a stop. It condensed quintessential essence to protect its body and then shot out a palm to block the sharp whip. Bang! The palm wind formed by quintessential essence clashed with the lightning whip. A loud sound rang out in the air, and electricity exploded, giving off a dazzling light. As soon as the lightning whip dissipated, another lightning whip immediately formed and attacked. There were countless whip shadows, and they were continuous, bursting with terrifying power. As the electric light exploded, it forced Huang Qianren, who was flying over, back. The cultivators outside all looked to the side curiously. They wanted to know who was so powerful that they could force Huang Qianren back. The newcomer was handsome and wore long robes with lightning patterns. He held a purple whip in his hand and flew across the ground, leaving behind afterimages. As he held the whip in his right hand, he brandished it in the air. As the whip lashed the air, it gave off thunderous sounds. Under the control of the whip, the lightning attributed spiritual energy in the air took shape, allowing it to attack Huang Qianren from a kilometer away. The thunder and lightning palaces and Juanqi. So it's him. Seeing this person's appearance, the originally curious cultivators all revealed expressions that should have been expected. The Thunder and Lightning Palace was one of the 39 ranks of the great families in the 23 eastern provinces of the Tianwu domain. Its top true inheritor was Juanqi, one of the 7 giants of the younger generation. Of the 7 giants, Juanqi was the first to become famous. He was also the oldest, already 30 years old. Rumor had it that he was the strongest of the 7 giants. For years ago, Juanqi fought with Feng Wuji, the first ranker of the proud son of heaven ranking. After exchanging 1,000 moves, he finally lost. Feng Wuji was the leader of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. He frequently occupied the first rank of the proud son of heaven ranking, glistening with golden light and resplendent starlight. Feng Wuji had already left to travel the various outer regions. However, no one could surpass the legend he left behind. Everyone could only look up to him. Even the other 2 holy scions were suppressed by him. Within the same generation, aside from the other 2 holy scions, Juanqi was the only outstanding talent who could exchange more than 1,000 moves with Feng Wuji. Juanqi's strength went without saying. Being able to knock back Huang Qianren from a distance was completely within reason. After all, in terms of quintessence, Huang Qianren was not particularly strong. As Juanqi flew, he did not stop moving. When he arrived at the entrance, he glanced at the black horn on the 300-meter-long venomous python's head and attacked at lightning speed. The long whip gave off countless sparks. Xiao! It wrapped around the venomous black horn. Juanqi's expression turned cold as he pulled with his right hand. An intense electric light burst out of the black-horned, venomous snake's head, and blood spurted out. Unexpectedly, Juanqi forcibly pulled that venomous black horn out of the 300-meter-long snake's body. The black-horned venomous snake let out a low, miserable shriek. Juanqi's figure flashed, not pausing for even a moment. He turned around and flew over the entrance. Then he casually put away the venomous horn with his left hand. The mound-sized venomous snake soared into the air, shooting out like a sharp arrow. Compared to its huge body, it looked very uncoordinated. The terrifying mouth opened wide and bit at Juanqi. If he was bitten, he would die on the spot. There was no other ending. Who would have imagined that Juanqi would not even look at Xiaochen? Instead, he lashed out with his whip. A dazzling electric light burst forth from the whip. Pa! When the whip struck the venomous snake, the huge body of the black-horned venomous snake immediately trembled violently in the air. He was whipped into the air and spun around before falling heavily onto the swamp. Mud splattered everywhere like raindrops. Everything happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Huang Qianren, who had just dispersed the 2 lightning whips, watched as the treasure he wanted was taken away. Roaring angrily, he charged forward in hot pursuit. The 300-meter-long venomous snake on the ground had just suffered a heavy blow. When it saw that someone else was about to charge forward, it immediately stopped. The huge tail swept through the air, carrying with it 1,000,000 Jin of force, wanting to smash Huang Qianren into a meat patty. Get lost! Huang Qianren's heart was burning with anxiety. He let out a furious roar and took off his glove. Then he swung his smoky palm forward and pressed it against the giant tail. Chi! The scales on the 300-meter-long snake's skin quickly corroded away, revealing a bowl-sized bloody hole. The snake felt intense pain as it pulled back its tail and thrashed about on the ground. The lightning-fast battle happened in merely a few breaths of time. However, the various scenes were deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, unable to be erased. Be it Enjuanxi's backhand whip, which overturned the 300-meter-long snake, or Huang Qianren's palm, which corroded a bowl-sized bloody hole. They left a deep impression on everyone. Both of them left a deep impression on everyone. Everyone was shocked by the two's terrifying strength. Shao Qin entered deep thought as he looked in the direction that Enjuanxi left in. He felt extremely shocked in his heart as well. This was the first time Shao Qin saw such horrifying, lightning-attributed quintessence among those of the same generation. Furthermore, Enjuanxi executed it to perfection. The lightning-attributed quintessence in the air seemed to have become a part of his body. The Kunlun realm truly produced many geniuses, countless heroes. Just the Tianwu domain alone had so many outstanding talents. What kind of scenery did the other 4 outer domains have? Outside the Azure Sky Pavilion, there was a mountain higher than the one before. After the 300-meter-long snake was injured, it no longer posed much of a threat. The remaining cultivators quickly beat it up while it was down. Soon, they surrounded it and beat it to death. Then, at an even faster speed, Shao Qin cleanly cut off all the valuable materials in the body of the 300-meter-long python. Let's go. We should go in as well. After everyone left, Shui Lingling called out and led the 5 to the entrance. After a while, a vast swamp appeared before their eyes. Black poison gas lingered in the air, not scattering for a long time. Dirty water covered the ground. There was barely any flat land. Several places were even covered in water. When looking into the distance, they occasionally saw venomous snakes peeking out of the swamp. Shui Lingling took out 5 jade bottles and handed them to the group. She said, "These are rank 8 detoxification pills. Keep one in your mouth. When the poison gas accumulates in your body to a certain level, it will erupt with a terrifying toxicity." After that, Shui Lingling took out a bright red fruit with an overwhelming fragrance. She explained, "There are many kinds of strange fruits here, but most of them are poisonous. Do not casually consume them. This is the earth essence fruit you are looking for. Make sure you do not mistake it." The group held the earth essence fruit in their hands and checked it one by one before handing it to Shui Lingling. "In that case, let's split up for now. Go search for the earth essence fruit on your own. How much you can obtain will depend on your own abilities. If there is any danger, remember to sound the sex alarm, and I will rush over immediately." Shui Lingling explained the things they needed to take note of in Python Swamp before sending them off. After all, they were searching for fortuitous encounters. They could not always let Shui Lingling lead them. That way, there would be no point in going on an adventure. Shao Qin was the last to leave. However, Shui Lingling stopped him. She tossed him a spatial ring and said, "This is Gu Mu's treasure. It's for you." Seeing Shao Chan hesitate, Shui Lingling smiled faintly and said, "Take it. I cannot let you suffer that palm strike for nothing. Furthermore, His corpse is even more valuable than this spatial ring. At that time, Xiao Chen had not thought too much about it. He had only wanted to test the resistance of his physical body. He had not expected to gain such a harvest. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and thanked Xue Lingling before leaving. Ao Jiao, who was anxiously nurturing the netherworld flower in the immortal spirit ring, smiled meaningfully and said, "Trashy Master, your first senior sister seems to be pretty good to you." Chapter 703. Flabbergasted, Xiao Chen said, "Stop talking nonsense. Is the netherworld flower about to ripen?" Having seen too many ruthless people, Xiao Chen felt that his trump cards were not enough. Now he was even more anxious to raise the combat prowess of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Ao Jiao's nimble fingers moved quickly in the rain of light. She said in a bad mood, "What's the rush? If you keep rushing me, I'll crush this broken flower." Naturally, Xiao Chen did not believe that Ao Jiao would really do that. He smiled and said, "All right, I won't rush you. Just tell me how much longer it will take." 3 days at most. Cassier. Saber lights flashed and blood splattered. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiao Chen killed a venomous python that was more than 70 centimeters long. After extracting the demonic core, Xiao Chen did not spend any more time on the venomous python's corpse. The corpse of a venomous python that was not more than 200 years old was not very valuable. Xiao Chen circulated his vital qi and kicked the venomous python's corpse aside. A red spirit fruit appeared before Xiao Chen. He bent down and gently picked the spirit fruit. When he looked at it carefully, he saw a few golden spots on the black leaves. Xiao Chen could not help but feel slightly disappointed. This fruit was called the metal essence fruit. It was a nice name, but unfortunately it was a poisonous fruit. To those who cultivated poison techniques or refined poisons, it was very valuable. An ordinary metal essence fruit could sell for 30,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, aside from that, Xiao Chen did not have any other use for it. The metal essence fruit looked very similar to the earth essence fruit. It was very hard to tell them apart. Unless it was an older earth essence fruit, which was overflowing with spiritual energy, there was no need to distinguish it. The rest had to be personally inspected. After leaving Xue Lingling, Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to find 10 fruits. All of them were metal essence fruits. His luck was extremely bad. There is a similar fruit 5 kilometers to the north. I hope it is not a metal essence fruit this time. Using his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen was much more efficient than the other cultivators who relied on their perception and vision to find the earth essence fruit. Logically speaking, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, Xiao Chen's harvest should be far greater than the others. The tip of Xiao Chen's feet gently pushed off the wet water surface. His body moved like a leaf as he drifted forward. The pitfalls in the swamp did not affect him at all. After 10 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived before his destination. Only, the situation this time was slightly difficult. There were actually 2 black-horned, venomous pythons that were almost 800 meters long here. Looks like there's a lot of hope. Xiao Chen smiled. He did not retreat because of the difficulty. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. Chi-Chi. The 2 black-horned venomous pythons discovered Xiao Chen from far away. Their huge bodies stuck to the swamp as they rapidly swam toward Xiao Chen, moving as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, the black-horned venomous pythons arrived 500 meters away from Xiao Chen. They opened their huge mouths and spat out 2 streams of dense poison fog at Xiao Chen. Insignificant tricks. Xiao Chen circulated his vital qi, and his blood surged. He clenched his fists tightly, and when the force poured into his fists, they exploded. Bang! Bang! Out of nowhere, 2 strong gusts of wind formed and blew the poisonous fog away, diluting it to the point where it was no longer a threat. When the poison fog disappeared, the 2 venomous pythons charged over. They soared into the air and kicked up a large amount of mud. Then, their huge tails intertwined and swept at Xiao Qin. The huge tail contained a tyrannical power. Everywhere it passed, the air would buzz and the void would tremble. Xiao Qian's heart was as calm as a mirror. He drew the lunar shadow saber with his left hand and slowly circulated the energy for the second move of the dragon, subduing / soaring dragon. Xiao Qian's figure did not move as he carefully observed. He simulated the trajectory of the two huge tails in his mind, as well as the subsequent changes and possible attacks. A strong wind blew, and his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, the two huge tails would strike Xiao Qian's body. Hidden dragon in the abyss. A gentleman plans before taking action. It is fine if he does not move, but when he does, the clouds in the 9 heavens will scatter, and he will soar into the sky. Dragon roars resounded endlessly. The might of the sound was vast and mighty. The blood in Xiao Qian's body surged. A dragon-shaped heat rose up from his dantian and rushed to the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then it quickly filled his entire body. Xiao Qian's eyes were like torches as he looked at the two snake tails flying over. In Xiao Qian's eyes, everything seemed to be in slow motion. He could clearly see all the tiny objects floating in the air. He could even feel the breathing and pulse of the world. With just one saber strike, he could merge with the world and easily chop the 200-meter-long venomous pythons into pieces. However, this wondrous feeling only lasted for an instant. Xiao Qin could not catch it. By the time he recovered his wits, he could no longer find it. I failed again. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly and continued to circulate his energy. Then he took another step forward. Xiao Qin turned into a true dragon. When he took one step forward, a long, thin crack immediately appeared in the swamp. Bang! Dirty water and silt formed a curtain above the crack and shot out. Kassier! Kassier! The instant the curtain soared into the sky, it was incomparably sharp. The instant it soared into the sky, it chopped off the two entwined snake tails, causing a large scarlet light to fall. A resplendent purple saber light lit up, and Xiao Qin soared into the air, looking like a true dragon soaring into the sky. A dragon image flickered on the saber, merging with the saber. Auspicious clouds covered the sky as he soared into the 9 heavens. Under the ferocious saber light, the two black, horned, venomous pythons were chopped in half and fell heavily to the ground. Looking from a distance, Xiao Qian's earlier actions looked like a dormant true dragon suddenly taking off and rushing into the clouds. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and looked at the corpses of the two black, horned, venomous pythons on the ground. Then he entered deep thought. Soaring dragon was indeed very mighty. However, Xiao Qin could not grasp that wondrous feeling. At this moment, he had only brought out about 20% of soaring dragon's might. I'll take it slow. Perhaps only through experiential training between life and death can I truly find that feeling. Let's go and take a look at that mutated fruit first. He slowly drifted down, carrying a trace of anticipation as he headed for the mutated fruit with moving spiritual energy behind him. Strange. I clearly felt the energy fluctuation of a heaven-ranked martial technique earlier. Why did it suddenly disappear? Two figures flew over from a distance. Their gazes quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for clues. Since Xiao Qin used a heaven-ranked martial technique, there had to have been an intense battle. This was the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation. These two usually did such things. When they felt the fluctuation, they immediately flew over. The two wore gorgeous embroidered robes. One was tall and the other was short. There was an eagle embroidered on their chests, the insignia of the Tianwu Domain's Shimin clan. The tall youth looked around and discovered Xiao Qin. He quickly rushed over and asked sternly, "Brat, what happened here earlier? Tell us the truth." Xiao Qin was only a medial grade martial monarch. The two did not think that he was the one who executed the heaven-ranked martial technique. Relying on their advantage in cultivation, the two spoke rudely, overbearingly, and extremely arrogant. The Shimin clan was one of the Tianwu domain's 4 great clans. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. Furthermore, the two had pretty good talent and cultivation, so they did have the capital to be arrogant. Xiao Chen was currently bending over to pick that mutated fruit. He ignored the questions of the two behind him and continued doing what he was doing. After picking the mutated fruit and inspecting it, Xiao Chen could not help but reveal a joyful smile. After failing 10 times, he finally obtained an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, this earth essence fruit was quite old. It was at least 100 years old. With Xiao Chen's cultivation, he could increase his cultivation by 10% after consuming it, saving him a few months. We are asking you a question. Are you mute? When the short youth saw that Xiao Chen ignored him, he immediately became angry. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch dared to put on airs with them. Xiao Chen did not panic. He placed the earth essence fruit in his universe ring and turned around. He said, "Everything is normal here. Nothing major happened." The tall youth was standing to the side. When he saw the earth essence fruit from the corner of his eyes immediately lit up. He said excitedly, "Earth essence fruit! What did you put away earlier? Take it out and let us see." When the short youth heard the words earth essence fruit, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He could not help but take a step forward. He said, "What is it? Take it out and let us see. We brothers will purchase all sorts of mutated fruits at a high price." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. The earth essence fruit appeared in his palm. An alluring spiritual energy spread out, and the turbid air became much fresher. An earth essence fruit with 100-year medicinal effect. The two Shimin clan cultivators did not bother to hide the greed in their eyes. They could not wait to snatch it from Xiao Chen's hands. So. Many figures flew over in the air. They looked around, doing the same thing as the two Shimin clan cultivators did earlier. They were cultivators in the vicinity. When they felt the fluctuations of a heaven-ranked martial technique, they quickly flew over. However, they were far behind the two Shimin clan cultivators. Soon, someone noticed this scene. However, no one was surprised. They only gave Xiao Chen sympathetic gazes. The Shimin clan cultivators were like Shimin Bao. They were all arrogant and despotic, looking down on others. Now that they saw the earth essence fruit, Xiao Chen could only blame himself for being unlucky. TSK, 100-year-old earth essence fruit. That is good stuff. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch managed to find it. So what? He ran into Shimin Yuan and Shimin Jian. He is just making things difficult for himself. Strange. How did this brat find the earth essence fruit? The venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit is not that easy to deal with. A peak expert probably passed by earlier and casually executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, killing the venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit and allowing him to take advantage of it. When the cultivators did not find the intense battle that they had expected, they were somewhat disappointed. However, there was a commotion to watch. It added some fun to the boring treasure hunt. Everyone watched interestedly, anticipating the expression of the white-robed cultivator after he spat out the earth essence fruit. The short youth, Shimin Jian, suppressed the greed in his eyes. He took another step forward and said extremely gravely, "Brat, you are in luck. This is a poisonous fruit. It is not worth a single cent. However, I cultivate a poison technique and need it. I will buy it for 100,000 superior grade spirit stones." Xiao Chen looked calmly at the other party and said indifferently, "Do you think I will believe you?" Shimin Jian did not mind. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Sometimes it is better to be stupid. If you are too serious, You will only suffer physical pain for nothing. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Right after Shimin Jian spoke, a blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, which had been storing up energy for a long time, and carried him into the air. Chapter 704. The acupoints under Xiao Chen's feet burst open, and his figure flashed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he lashed out with his leg. The strong wind was like a saber roaring like thunder. Amid the howling of the wind, Xiao Chen's leg landed on Shimin Jian's face. Bang! Shimin Jian flew back to the side. A huge force burst forth from Xiao Chen's foot, and his jaw cracked. Then he vomited a mouthful of broken teeth and blood. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He stood on the blue dragon image, and the acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and the dragon acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xiao Chen's figure flickered as he burst forth with power at close range. No one could even see his afterimage. In an instant, he arrived at Shimin Jian's side. Xiao Chen stomped down again. His foot landed on Shimin Jian's chest, but it did not stop. Then he continued stomping downwards. 600 tons of force surged out. Kasie! Kasie! Several of Shimin Jian's internal organs were crushed under the pressure of the force. Shimin Jian cried out in pain as he sank deep into the mud. All sorts of dirty water and mud flowed into his mouth. In the time it took for a spark to fly, only 2 blinks of an eye had passed since Xiao Chen's attack. Shimin Jian, who was an early-stage, superior-grade martial monarch, was beaten up by Xiao Chen to the point where he could not even be seen. From the moment Xiao Chen made up his mind to attack, he had not thought of giving his opponent a chance to react. Shimin Jian dared to get so close to him and neglected his defense. If he could not take him down after making the first move, Xiao Chen would not be able to forgive himself. The cultivators rushing over all felt their minds go blank, thinking that they were seeing things. On the other side, the tall youth, Shimin Yuan, showed a grave expression. He looked at Xiao Chen and said in a trembling voice, "Body-tempering cultivator! You are actually a body-tempering cultivator." The strength of a body-tempering cultivator could no longer be measured by cultivation. A medial-grade martial monarch with a horrifying force of 600 tons. With Xiao Chen's strength, when he made the first move, defeating a regular early-stage superior-grade martial monarch would be as easy as eating or drinking. To Xiao Chen, challenging someone of a higher cultivation realm would not pose any difficulty. These 2 people did not know what was good for them. Relying on the power of the Shimin clan, they wanted to target Xiao Chen. It could only be said that they kicked an iron plate. Just you wait. After you injure the Shimin clan's people, no one will be able to save you. The tall youth looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Then, without saying anything, he immediately ran. He fully displayed the Shimin clan style of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing this person flee, Xiao Chen too, and did not give chase. Xiao Chen did chin. Xiao Chen had no, and had to take for Shimin Yuan's chens. Xiao Chen too, dong chen to he, to Xiao to he too, and had he to two, and had. Chin was Chen's chin and was he too Chen. Chin. If Xiao Chen fought with Shimin Yuan now, even if he used all his trump cards, his chances of victory would not exceed 50%. Ignore him for now. My only goal now is to find enough earth essence fruits. At the very least, I need to raise my cultivation to peak medial grade martial monarch. After scanning the area with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen immediately discovered another earth essence fruit. Xiao Chen glanced at Shimin Jian, who was floating in the air again. Then he casually kicked him high into the air and ignored him. Who is this person? How dare he humiliate the Shimin clan's people like that? I don't know him. I've never heard of him before. With a strong physical body and a medial-grade martial monarch cultivation, he should have appeared long ago. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. When Shimin Bao finds out, he will not have a good time. Indeed, if not for fear of Shimin Bao, he would not care about these Shimin clan cultivators, letting them do whatever they want. Xiao Chen dealt with Shimin Jian at lightning speed. Then he tossed him away like he was kicking a piece of trash. It seemed like Xiao Chen did not care about the Shimin clan at all. Such a scene shocked the others. They did not know where Xiao Chen came from. On the other side, the tall youth, Shimin Yuan, feared that Xiao Chen would chase after him. After he ran for 5 kilometers, he heaved a sigh of relief and activated the Shimin clan's alarms. Soon, the Shimin clan's exploration team rushed over. 10 minutes later, they all gathered here. There was a total of 8 people with vast auras. They were all superior-grade martial monarchs. Among them, a square-faced cultivator about 30 years old had the highest cultivation. He was a late-stage, superior-grade martial monarch, the same as the Haotian sex Hu Hai. This person's name was Shimin Yi. He was Shimin Bao's cousin and held a high position in the team. He glanced at Shimin Yuan and asked with a frown, "What's going on? Aren't you in the same team as Shimin Jian? Where is he?" Shimin Yuan did not feel very confident. After all, he had been scared off and had not cared about Shimin Jian's life or death. This did not seem right. Shimin Ye's expression turned slightly angry. He shouted, "Speak!" Shimin Yuan's cold shout contained a trace of might. Shimin Yuan's body trembled as he quickly explained everything in detail. Trash! After Shimin Yi heard everything, he immediately scolded angrily. "I told you long ago that it is fine to snatch treasures. However, you cannot underestimate anyone in this savage battlefield. Given your cultivations, as long as you pay attention, even if you cannot defeat that brat, it will be easy for you to leave with dignity." Shimin Yuan did not dare to retort. He asked in a soft voice, "What should we do now?" Shimin Yi muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Don't make a move for now. Cousin is currently practicing his martial technique in Death Swamp. I am not confident of stopping him alone. After you find him, just follow him from afar." Great! We obtained another Earth Essence fruit. After Xiao Qin checked the mutated fruit, he revealed a joyful expression. The corpses of 2 venomous pythons lay at his feet. Their blood flowed like fountains into the swamp. After finding the first Earth Essence fruit, Xiao Chen's luck started to improve. He obtained Earth Essence fruits a few times in a row. He only made one mistake, finding a Metal Essence fruit. Slowly, Xiao Qin discovered pattern. If there were more than 2 venomous pythons guarding it, it was very likely to be an Earth Essence fruit. Following this pattern, and with the help of his strong spiritual sense, Xiao Qin reaped a gratifying harvest. Up until now, he had already obtained 20 Earth Essence fruits. However, with the lesson from earlier, Xiao Qin did not dare to casually execute his heaven-ranked martial technique. It would be too troublesome to attract the attention of a group of cultivators. Unfortunately, the 20 Earth Essence fruits were all about 100 years old. They could barely raise Xiao Chen's cultivation to peak late-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. After consuming a quintessence gathering pill, the exhaustion would be even greater. Xiao Chen needed to find Earth Essence fruits that were more than 100 years old, or even 200 or 300 years old. Only then could he truly push his cultivation to peak late-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen carefully put away the Earth Essence fruit in his hand and looked into the distance. He said, "It looks like I have to go to the depths of venomous snake swamp. While it is safe outside, it will only be a small area." The air in the depths of Python Swamp was even more turbid. Poisonous gas permeated the air, making it even more peaceful than in the periphery. The cultivators searching for Earth Essence fruits here were clearly stronger. They were more or less as strong as Hu-Hai. There were fewer venomous pythons as well. However, each of them was 300 meters long. Aside from the black horn on their heads being longer than the one at the entrance, they were about the same size. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered several loose cultivators here as well. The moment he arrived, he sensed several gazes filled with malicious intent. Where did this brat come from? How dare he barge into this place? The loose cultivator closest to Xiao Chen was in a bad mood. He had just killed a 300-meter-long venomous python and obtained only one venomous fruit. When this loose cultivator saw Xiao Chen, he wanted to vent his frustration. Without saying a word, he charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression did not fluster. Loose cultivators always did as they pleased. They were strange and cruel. Without great strength, one would not be able to suppress them. Xiao Chen could make an example of this loose cultivator to prevent them from bothering him endlessly. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and executed burning to desolation with a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent and the immortal state of thunder. Chong! Chong! When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. A strong shock wave spread out into the surroundings. The loose cultivator who attacked had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Although Xiao Chen's quintessence was not very vast, it was very dense. Furthermore, his saber intent had reached 60% comprehended, and his state of thunder had reached the limits. Furthermore, it contained the immortal attribute. Adding these two together with the tyrannical burning to desolation, the middle stage superior grade, martial monarch, loose, cultivator flew back with blood leaking out of a corner of his mouth. After the loose cultivator landed, he looked at Xiao Chen in horror before turning to flee. How could Xiao Chen let the loose cultivator do as he wished? The blue dragon under his feet soared up and chased after the loose cultivator. Such a scene startled the surrounding loose cultivators. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to force back a superior grade martial monarch with one move. This fellow should be a genius cultivator. It is best not to offend him. The crowd's gazes scattered. No one cared about Xiao Chen anymore. As for that loose cultivator's life or death, it had nothing to do with them. The blue dragon image bared its fangs and brandished its claws, moving up and down as it carried Xiao Chen in hot pursuit. The black-robed, loose cultivator in front complained bitterly in his heart. Originally, the loose cultivator had intended to kill someone to vent his anger. A medial grade martial monarch should have been easy to deal with. In the end, he ended up kicking a steel plate. Blue dragon tail whip. The dragon raised its head and carried Xiao Chen in a long arc. A strong wind blew, and everywhere it passed, the dirty water and silt above the swamp shot out, forming a screen of water. The black-robed, loose cultivator cursed angrily. His quintessence surged and shattered the dirty water and silt flying over into powder. Then he charged at Xiao Chen. "Brat, don't push things too far. A life and death struggle will not do you any good," the black-robed, loose cultivator said sullenly. When the weapons clashed, the black-robed, loose cultivator flew back 100 meters. He revealed a ferocious look as a baleful aura spread out. Xiao Chen pointed his weapon at the other party. He smiled coldly to himself and said, "Don't overestimate yourself. A life and death struggle is not something you can do." The other party was only as strong as Chen Xiao and the others. He was slightly weaker than Hu-Hai. Xiao Chen only used his 60% comprehended saber intent and immortal state of thunder to firmly suppress the other party. He did not even use his great perfection saber intent or peak state of massacre. "I will make you pay for this." When the black-robed, loose cultivator saw that Xiao Chen wanted to kill him, he went all out. All his quintessence surged, and a boundless, baleful aura formed a sea of blood around him. Profound ice ghost chop. The black-robed, loose cultivator roared ferociously and froze the sea of blood around him into ice. Then he formed a sword light made of ice and blood and chopped at Shao Chen. Chapter 705. Shao Chen froze the blood into ice, infusing all the baleful aura into the sword chi. When he chopped down, the baleful aura in the air turned the poisonous gas into a white mist and scattered. The scarlet sword light in the white mist was bright and dazzling, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Indeed, as a loose cultivator, he had his own trump cards. This sword strike was able to raise the might of an earth-ranked martial technique to that of a heaven-ranked martial technique. This person was rather capable. However, in the end, it was still an earth-ranked martial technique. It was slightly weaker than a genuine heaven-ranked martial technique. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. Bang! An intense explosion resounded, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the mud-filled swamp. Shao Chen turned into a true dragon. His body merged with his saber, looking like a soaring, true dragon. Auspicious clouds covered the sky, and a boundless aura burst forth. Shao Chen could feel the true dragon filling his entire body, so he naturally soared into the sky. Kassier! The true dragon roared ferociously, and the scarlet sword light the black-robed, loose, cultivator condensed shattered, turning into motes of scarlet light. Bang! 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 The scarlet motes of light landed on the swamp and blasted out deep pits. Dirty water and sludge filled the air. Die! Before the momentum of soaring dragon in the sky ended, Shao Chen chopped down with his saber. It was like a true dragon swinging its claw in rage, unparalleled and unblockable. The protective quintessence of the black-robed, loose cultivator shattered, and blood spurted out as he was chopped in half. Shao Chen sheathed his saber and checked the quintessence in his body. He discovered that only a little more than a third remained. Soaring dragon in the sky is indeed unparalleled, soaring into the sky in one go. However, this quintessence consumption is too high. Furthermore, this is an incomplete soaring dragon. In the future, the consumption will be even more horrifying. After killing the black-robed, loose cultivator, Shao Chen did not show much excitement. He continued to calmly analyze the gains and losses of this move. After seeing ruthless people like Shui Lingling, the passionate young master, and in Juanqi, no matter how proud Shao Chen was, he would not show it. After retrieving the black-robed, loose cultivator's interspatial ring, Shao Chen continued searching for the earth essence fruit. In the depths of Python Swamp, there were very few earth essence fruits. There were less than 4 times as many as in the outskirts, but without exception, they were all mutant fruits that were over 100 years old. Even those that were 200 or 300 years old were not rare. Found it. There's a strange fruit 5,000 meters ahead with a venomous snake guarding it. I hope our luck isn't too bad. Shao Chen withdrew his divine sense and quickly walked forward. In less than 10 minutes, he found his target. If the other people who had been searching for him found out about his efficiency, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Gulp, gulp. Bubbles appeared in the swamp in front of them, and steam rose up. When the bubbles burst, the poisonous gas in the air was corroded away. Perplexed, Shao Chen halted his footsteps and stood to the side. He looked at a floating corpse in the swamp and found it somewhat familiar. Could it be him? With a vague answer in his heart, Shao Chen sent out a palm wind with a flip of his palm. Water splashed everywhere, and the floating corpse flipped over. It was the infamous Huang Qianren. Shao Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. The true death swamp was in front. There were the souls of the deceased martial emperors in there. The strength of Emperor Wu's soul had already reached an inconceivable level. After their physical bodies died, their souls would be hard to disperse. In that distant martial emperor war, countless martial emperors had fallen. The moment their souls left their bodies, they were shattered into tens of thousands of pieces. After a long time, Under the special environment of this place, those soul fragments turned into true departed spirits, retaining a trace of the martial techniques of the martial emperors back then. However, they lost their intelligence and became resentful spirits that only knew how to kill, cruel and violent. And Juanqi had already planned to enter Death Swamp and look for Emperor Wu to temper his martial techniques. However, Huang Qianren chased after him. In the end, he angered Huang Qianren and got killed here. This person's strength is really horrifying. He could even kill a ruthless person like Huang Qianren, just like that. When Xiao Chen felt the huge gap between him and Juanqi, the motivation in his heart grew stronger, and he increased his speed significantly. After a while, Xiao Chen arrived at his destination. When he saw the 300-meter-long python waiting there, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to charge over. There were many experts here. Many of them knew heaven-ranked martial techniques. There was no need for Xiao Chen to hide his strength. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with Soaring Dragon. Then, he would not have to worry about fighting. After exhausting a third of his quintessence, Xiao Chen paid the price of minor injuries and successfully killed this venomous python. Xiao Chen waved his right hand. Before the quintessence reached his hand, he felt spiritual energy assaulting his nose. Joy appeared on his face as he checked it. Indeed, it was an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, it was close to 200 years old. This would save Xiao Chen half a year. After putting away this earth essence fruit, Xiao Chen extravagantly took out a spirit gathering pearl and quickly replenished his quintessence. After that, he started searching for treasures without stopping. Time went by. Xiao Chen had already remained in the depths of this python swamp for 7 days. His figure could be seen everywhere. Xiao Chen's harvest was bountiful. He had already obtained 200-year-old earth essence fruits, 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old earth essence fruit. Furthermore, the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread throughout this place. At first, when many people saw that he was only a medial-grade martial monarch, they all wanted to seek trouble for him. However, after a few bloody lessons, no one dared to target Xiao Chen anymore. When they saw that white figure, they all gave way. Xiao Chen had always been like this. In this cruel world, he maintained his principles. He would not snatch the treasures of others. However, if anyone dared to target him, he would not show mercy. He would chase them to the ends of the world and kill them no matter the price. This was how the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread. On this particular day, as usual, Xiao Chen continued to search for earth essence fruits. As time went by, the earth essence fruits became increasingly difficult to find. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He had already collected enough earth essence fruits. Even if he found more, he could save them for later or sell them for spirit stones. A group of cultivators wearing the Shiman clan's uniform watched Xiao Chen from a kilometer in the air behind him. Compared to the previous time, this group had an additional young cultivator with sharp eyebrows. Aside from Shiman, the others maintained a significant distance from this person, acting very reserved. "Cousin, Shiman Jian was crippled by someone," Shiman said as he pointed to the distant Xiao Chen. This person was the arrogant Shiman Bao. His strength was unfathomable. As a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, it seemed like he could break through to half-sage at any time. A sharp light flickered in Shiman Bao's eyes. No one dared to look him in the eye. He smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I have already perfected my heaven-ranked martial technique to 70% comprehension. Let's go and see if this person is as powerful as you say and if he can block a few moves from me." After killing a venomous python, Xiao Chen picked the mutated fruit behind him. After checking it, he discovered it to be a poisonous fruit. So he tossed it into his universe ring and prepared to continue on his way. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a strand of killing qi. His spiritual sense quickly followed the killing qi, and a scene appeared in his mind. It was a strand of sharp sword chi. It looked like a crystalline jade as it flew through the air, tearing a clear path through the turbid space. Dang! The sword chi was sharp and swift. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen circulated his quintessence and turned around, holding his scabbard horizontally in front of his chest. A melodious clang resounded. The energy contained in the sword chi exploded, forcing Xiao Chen back 500 meters. A 50-meter-wide pit appeared where he had been standing. Xiao Chen's left hand, which was holding the scabbard, turned stiff and numb. When he looked up, he discovered the Shimin clans, people flying down from the sky. When Xiao Chen noticed Shimin Bao, who was clearly much stronger than the others, he raised his guard. "You are quite capable to be able to block my sword chi and not suffer any light injuries." Shimin Bao landed on the swamp and looked at Xiao Chen. He smiled coldly and said, "However, you dare to injure my Shimin clan's people with just this bit of ability? You are far from sufficient." Pusi. Shimin Bao flicked his wrist and did not say anything else. He swung his sword upwards and sent out a curtain-like sword chi at Xiao Chen. The curtain-like sword chi was as thin as a cicada's wings. It was more than 50 meters tall. As it flew, it easily split the swamp in half. It even seemed like it could cut the air apart. In the blink of an eye, the sword curtain arrived before Xiao Chen, trying to split him in half. A saber light flickered as Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. He did not dare to be careless. He unleashed his great perfection saber intent without holding anything back, and his aura sword. Xiao Chen's saber became incredibly sharp, splitting the ground. Quintessence surged and gathered in the slender saber blade. At the same time, the immortal state of thunder condensed in the sky above, forming thunderclouds flickering with boundless electricity. Thunder roared ferociously like immortal divine thunder. Xiao Chen grasped his saber with both hands and blocked the sword curtain before it reached him. Bang! The saber and the sword curtain burst forth with resplendent quintessence shock waves. A horrifying energy surged out, and the surface of the swamp was shaved off by 4 or 5 meters. The might of the sword curtain did not diminish. It blocked the saber and forced Xiao Chen back step by step. Explosions came from both sides in an unending chain. Mud shot into the air like pillars of water. Shimin Bao was somewhat astonished. This seemingly casual sword strike was not that simple. Not only did Shimin Bao use 70% of his strength, but it also contained his 60% comprehended sword intent. Aside from not adding in the state, this was equivalent to using most of his strength. However, it still did not injure Xiao Chen, only forcing him back. "Should we attack together?" Shimin Yi suggested when he saw that Xiao Chen was not defeated immediately. Shimin Bao smiled proudly and said, "There's no need. Just surround him and don't let him run. If I cannot deal with such trash, I would not be called Shimin Bao." Xiao! The sword curtain stopped, and Shimin Bao leaped up, moving like a sharp arrow as he tore through the air. Shimin Bao was extraordinarily fast, arriving before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye. Then he thrust his sword at Xiao Chen's eyes. A sword light gathered and a cold light appeared. This sword strike took advantage of the fact that Xiao Chen could not withdraw quickly to attack Xiao Chen's eyes. It was extremely vicious. A scarlet light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he infused the state of massacre into his saber technique. Then he swung both his hands, and a scarlet light filled the sky, shattering the sword curtain. Xiao Chen managed to extricate himself and brandished his saber, parrying Shimin Bao's vicious sword strike. Shimin Bao took advantage of the situation and headed straight for Xiao Chen's midsection. His reaction was extremely fast, and his attack was so fast that it was hard for others to do anything else. The saber tilted, and Xiao Chen could only continue defending. The vast quintessence surging from the sword, did not numb his arm. Instead, he retreated another 10 meters. Chapter 706. Shimin Bao followed, closely behind Xiaoqin. His sword light moved like a shadow moving up and down. His attacks were fast and ruthless. Dang! 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 The two moved extremely fast. To others, they could only see two figures of light dancing around. The sound of sabers clashing resounded endlessly. Quintessence surged and shock waves swept out. The surrounding ground exploded inch by inch. Several venomous pythons hidden in the depths of the ground were riddled with holes by the shock waves of quintessence. They bled profusely as they howled in pain. Shimin Bao comprehended the state of wind. His sword was very fast. The moment he executed the first move, he immediately followed up. He had a firm grasp of the rhythm of the battlefield. Speed was not the most important thing. Xiao Chen's attack speed was not much slower than Shimin Bao's. The scary thing was that Shimin Bao's quintessence was too strong. With the difference in cultivation, even if Xiao Chen had the same attack speed as Shimin Bao, Xiao Chen would not have the upper hand. Every time Shimin Bao blocked, his quintessence would knock him back. If not for Shimin Bao's great perfection saber intent, which could amplify the might of his quintessence, the lunar shadow saber in his hand would have been knocked away in less than 10 moves. It's useless. You are not a match for me. Hand over the mutated fruit on you and the saber in your hand, and I can spare you from death. With everything under control, Shimin Bao verbally attacked Xiaoqin. This was the rhythm that he liked the most. When Shimin Bao met a strong opponent, he would not feel nothing when the opponent was too weak, nor would he be at a loss when the opponent was too strong. Verbal attacks gave Shimin Bao even greater pleasure. If Xiaoqin really agreed, Shimin Bao would immediately break his promise and enjoy the spectacular expression on Xiaoqin's face before he died. Xiaoqin remained silent, indifferent in his heart. He did not answer the other party. Be it the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram or the golden savage ox sculpture, he had at least 3 ways to escape. The intense battle spread increasingly wider. As the two fought, several venomous pythons went into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions, afraid of getting caught in the shock waves. The cultivators in the area all noticed this battle and stopped to watch from afar. Why is Shimin Bao here? His strength is second only to the 7 giants. The python swamp should not attract him this much. Wait, it looks like his opponent is Ruthless White Robe. They are actually fighting. During this period of time, Xiaoqin was well known in the depths of Python Swamp. He had practically become the overlord of this place, and no one dared to cause trouble for him. Seeing that Shimin Bao's opponent was Xiaoqin, the attractiveness of this battle immediately increased. I really did not expect Ruthless White Robe to be so strong. He did not immediately lose to Shimin Bao. Everyone was somewhat astonished. Young experts, second only to the 7 giants, were not common in the Tianwu domain. Even including the hidden clans, there would not be more than 20 of them. Moreover, every single one of them had already made a name for themselves a long time ago. Their backgrounds were illustrious, and they would not be unknown. Their future accomplishments would definitely not be low. Xiao Chen looked to be only 21 or 22 years old. With such a young age, could it be that he had the strength to fight against Shimin Bao without losing? This was too shocking. They had never heard of such a young expert using the saber in the Tianwu domain. This won't do. The difference in quintessence is too great. If I continue fighting, no matter how strong my physical body is, I will not be able to endure the accumulated damage. Xiao Chan wanted to retreat. He did not want to continue fighting with this person. The acupoints on his feet burst open at the same time, and huge force shot out from under his feet. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, instantly widening the distance between him and Shimin Bao. 2 dragon roars came from his chest, and 2 blue dragon images appeared beside Xiao Chen. The 3 blue dragon images circled around each other, carrying Xiao Qian into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had risen more than 200 meters. This unexpected scene stunned Shimin Bao. Then he shouted, trying to run. How can it be that easy? If a nameless brat like Xiao Chen managed to escape in front of so many people, Shimin Bao would not be able to accept it. The sword light pointed at Xiao Chen, and the ferocious wind in the surroundings suddenly stopped. Time seemed to freeze, and the world seemed to freeze. Sword like strong wind. Under Shimin Bao's control, the frozen strong wind and the drifting wind-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly turned into swords. Out of nowhere, a huge, solid-looking sword instantly formed. Wind blades circled the sword, and a brilliant light flowed around it. Then, it appeared 10 meters in front of Xiao Chen. Sword like strong wind, sword like strong wind. The 3 blue dragon images circling around Xiao Chen suddenly exploded into beams of azure light and disappeared. Pu-si-ai! Pu-si-ai! The fine sword wind tore holes in Xiao Chen's clothes and scratched his skin, covering him in wounds. 70% comprehension of a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, it is not enough to block me. Xiao Chen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He had comprehended 80% of the might of his blue dragon goes to sea, 10% more than his opponent. The sea behind Xiao Chen exploded into 999 pillars of water. The blue dragon leaped out of the sea and gathered on the saber, forming a 3-kilometer-long saber light. Under the restriction of the Great Perfection Saber intent, the dragon-shaped saber light quickly shrank. Then Xiao Chen casually raised his hand and clashed with the sword formed by the strong wind. Boom! The 70% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique strong wind like sword clashed with the 80% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique blue dragon goes to sea. The boundless saber chi and sword chi intertwined and soared into the sky. Dust flew everywhere, reaching a height of 1 kilometer. A horrifying shock wave swept out, and a huge bottomless hole appeared in the muddy swamp. The remnant might of the great perfection, heaven-ranked martial technique lingered in the air for a long time. The humming of the sword and saber resounded endlessly in the wind. Xiao Chen's quintessence was not comparable to his opponent's. However, his understanding of the heaven-ranked martial technique was superior. In this move, they were evenly matched. Xiao Chen flew back like a cannonball. While he was in the air, he took advantage of this opportunity to increase the distance between him and Shimin Bao. Brat, where are you going? The 2 Shimin clan cultivators guarding the periphery leaped into the air and blocked in front of Xiao Chen. They quickly made their moves, trying to force Xiao Chen back. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He had not expected anyone to block his way. He grasped his saber with his right hand and circulated his remaining quintessence, executing Soaring Dragon. Xiao Chen took 1 step in the air, and a surging energy spread out from his feet. Space trembled intensely like it was a solid object. The 2 cultivators in front of Xiao Chen felt like their bodies were stuck in the air. Their movements immediately paused. After transforming into a true dragon, Xiao Chen merged with his saber. Seizing this opportunity, he chopped down with his saber light. It was like a true dragon's claw tore through the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Bang! Soaring Dragon's aura surged. The 2 Shimin clan cultivators in front of Xiao Chen were immediately knocked back, vomiting blood and severely injured. After his quintessence was completely exhausted, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and quickly tore off the strip of cloth on his forehead. A scarlet light flickered on Xiao Chen's forehead, and the scarlet throne appeared. Then it carried Xiao Chen into the distance, turning into a beam of scarlet light. The shock waves from the swamp scattered. Shimin Bao looked into the distance and saw a strand of scarlet light growing fainter in the sky. There was no sign of Xiao Chen. Shimin Bao lowered his head and looked at the 2 Shimin clan cultivators vomiting blood. Ximen Bao's expression was frighteningly sullen. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin managed to escape unscathed from his hands. How could this be? When the cultivators here saw the distant Xiao Qin, they were all flabbergasted. They had not expected this. Earlier, Xiao Qin had managed to remain undefeated against Ximen Bao. That had already shocked them. Now he actually managed to retreat, so calmly. Ximen Bao's rage soared. He glared at the surrounding people, scaring them into hiding, afraid that Ximen Bao would vent his anger on them. After flying far away, Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense to its limits. After he verified that no one followed him, he heaved a sigh of relief on the throne. Xiao Chen's quintessence was already drained. If not for the Scarlet Throne, the consequences would have been dire. Damn it! If my cultivation were higher, I would not have to fear him. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly as he sat on the throne. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. The throne flew close to the ground. After a long time, Xiao Chen stopped at a remote and safe place. Then he took out spirit-gathering pearls and started to recover his quintessence. After using 5 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls, Xiao Chen completely recovered his exhausted quintessence. On the throne above the scarlet clouds, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he vomited out all the bruises from the earlier battle. Now he felt much better. I have enough earth essence fruits. However, now is not the time to consume them. I should go and meet up with first senior sister, and the others first. Xiao Chun needed an absolutely safe and quiet place to use the earth essence fruits to raise his cultivation. This place was Python Swamp. Who knew when a venomous python would emerge from the ground? If Xiao Chun was disturbed while advancing, not only would he waste all the earth essence fruits he had worked so hard to collect, but he might even suffer a backlash. His cultivation might even regress. The risk was too great. Xiao Chen was not willing to take the risk. He returned the scarlet throne to his sea of consciousness. Then he tied the blue strip of cloth around his forehead again, covering up his demonic aura. Half a day later, Xiao Chen appeared at the periphery of Python Swamp. This was the place where he agreed to meet up with first senior sister and the others. There was no one here. The others were probably still working hard. After all, not everyone had the help of spiritual sense like Xiao Chen. Their efficiency in searching for the earth essence fruits was terrifying. Since there was nothing to do, Xiao Chen organized the earth essence fruits he obtained. There were 40 50-year-old earth essence fruits, 2,500-year-old earth essence fruits, 10 close to 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. Naturally, the most valuable one was the 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. If nothing else, the earth essence fruit only had a lifespan of 500 years. A peak-grade earth essence fruit that could live for 300 years was worthy of the word peak-grade. That was what Xiao Chun obtained after killing a 300-year-old venomous python with much difficulty. It was even more valuable than all the other earth essence fruits combined. It could save Xiao Chun 2 years of cultivation. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun took out Gu Mu's spatial ring. Ever since he received it from Shui Lingling, he had not taken the time to look at it. Although Gu Mu was a loose cultivator, the treasures of a half-sage should be a pleasant surprise. Xiao Qin sent in his spiritual sense and looked around. However, he could not help feeling disappointed. There were only a few superior grade spirit stones in the spatial ring. There were only a few 100,000 of them. They were even poorer than Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin found about 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. As for medial grade spirit gathering pearls, he did not see a single one. This made sense. If a loose cultivator did not come out for 10 or 20 years, all the resources he collected would have been exhausted long ago. Otherwise, he would not have to use medial grade blood crystals to exchange for spirit stones. Furthermore, Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng, who were also half-sages, did not care about medial-grade blood crystals at all. Chapter 707. There were also some messy medicinal pills inside. Xiao Qin could not be bothered to look through them one by one. However, a secret manual caught his attention. Xiao Qin took it out and saw the words, "Withered wood comes to spring," clearly written on the cover. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, it was the heaven-defying martial technique, "Withered wood comes to spring." When Withered Wood Old Man used this martial technique, his cultivation increased by 20% and he instantly repelled Shui Lingling. The scene was still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind. He quickly flipped through the manual to see if he could cultivate it. Xiao Chen discovered that there were no special requirements. He did not have to cultivate wood-attributed quintessence. However, the side effects were rather terrifying. If one could not obtain a 5,000-year-old spirit herb to replenish qi and blood in time, it would overdraft the cultivator's life force. Furthermore, after using it, one would be weakened for a long time. Although the side effects of raising my cultivation by 20% are terrifying, it is still acceptable as a life-saving measure. After memorizing the contents of the secret manual, Xiao Qin stood where he was and started comprehending it. Only when Hu Hai and the other three arrived did Xiao Qin stop comprehending and start chatting with them. The four all had excited expressions on their faces. They had probably gained a lot. When Wang Qing saw that Xiao Qin had arrived long ago, he purposely smiled and asked, "Junior brother Xiao Qin, I see that you have been waiting for a long time already. You should not be satisfied with your harvest on this trip, right?" Xiao Qin did not want to speak too much with this person. He only replied politely, "It's all right." Wang Qing treated it as an excuse. He laughed loudly and said, "On this trip, I obtained a total of 10 50-year-old Earth Essence fruits, 3 100-year-old Earth Essence fruits, and 1 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit by luck." 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit? A strange look flashed in the eyes of the other three. They were clearly astonished. Hu Hai said, "A 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit is extremely rare. It can save you half a year of cultivation time. This is indeed a bountiful harvest. Congratulations, Junior Brother Wang." Hu Hai wanted to find another kind of mutated fruit, so he did not go to the depths of Python Swamp. Hence, he did not obtain any 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits. Jun Si and Qin Xiao only wandered around the periphery. They did not have such good luck, so they could only reveal envious expressions. Wang Cheng felt somewhat pleased with himself. He told Xiao Chen about how hard he worked and how he managed to obtain the 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit by chance. After that, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen. Then he asked, "Junior brother Xiao, how was your harvest? Tell us about it. If it is really not enough, I can give you an Earth Essence fruit." Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. Some people would never shut up in front of them if they didn't ruthlessly slap their faces. Back then, Xiao Qin tried to stop Xiao Qin from entering the savage battlefield. Now, Xiao Chen was flaunting this trivial matter. Xiao Qin really did not know what Xiao Qin was thinking. Xiao Chen replied calmly, "Not many. Just 10 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits. As for the 100-year-old ones and below, there should be about 60 or 70. Wang Cheng's expression turned serious. He immediately said unhappily, "Junior brother Xiao, what kind of attitude is this? I wanted to give you an Earth Essence fruit out of goodwill. To think that you are boasting to me, purposely trying to disgust me." Wang Cheng waved his left hand, and 5 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits appeared. Then he waved his right hand, and another 5 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits appeared. Xiao Qin looked at Wang Cheng and said calmly, "Open your eyes and see what this is. Do I need you to give me an Earth Essence fruit?" The 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits contained overwhelming spiritual energy. They had a pleasant fragrance, especially when there were 10 of them together. They made one feel relaxed and happy, making one's gaze linger on them. Wang Qing showed a horrified expression, not daring to believe the scene. His finger trembled as he said, "How can this be? These are 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Given your strength, how could you obtain so many?" Hu Hai and the other two were shocked as well. Their eyes filled with astonishment. They could not figure it out, either. 200-year-old earth essence fruits were worth cities. Obtaining one was already very lucky. Even if one went to the depths of Python Swamp, it would be impossible to find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits. This was because that place was too big, and individual strength was too insignificant there. Searching and fighting took time. More importantly, there were hundreds or thousands of cultivators like them searching for earth essence fruits. The competition was intense. How could Xiao Qin find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits alone? This was too incredible. However, no matter what, the truth was right before their eyes. What they saw was not an illusion. Even though Xiao Qin had the lowest cultivation, his harvest was higher than the 4 of them combined. This made them feel disappointed. Hu Hai smiled bitterly and said, "These are indeed 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Junior brother Xiao Qin, congratulations." Jun Si and Chen Xiao recovered their wits and congratulated Xiao Qin as well. Only Wang Qing blushed in embarrassment. Xiao Qin obtained 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits, but he did not show any complacent expression. Then, when Wang Qing thought about himself, he bragged about obtaining a 200-year-old earth essence fruit. What was even more embarrassing was that Wang Qing actually said that he would split the earth essence fruits with Wang Qing. This was like slapping his own face. Seeing that Wang Qing had shut up completely, Xiao Qin put away the earth essence fruits and ignored Wang Qing, who had a strange expression on his face. "Xiao!" A petite, purple figure descended from the air. Shui Lingling, who had come out of Death Swamp, had also returned to the group. At this moment, there were not many cultivators left in Python Swamp. All the earth essence fruits that could be found had already been collected. There was no point in remaining here. Shui Lingling must have gained something in the depths of Death Swamp. A smile appeared on her soft, pretty face. Hu Hai asked somewhat impatiently, "First senior sister, where are we going next?" Shui Lingling raised her head and looked into the distance. Then she said sullenly, "To the Dragon Burial Mound. Of the forbidden lands that were made public this time, the most valuable is the true dragon cave there." Xiao Qin looked in the direction of Death Swamp and asked, "We are not going in there." Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "There are no natural treasures in Death Swamp. It is mainly for tempering one's martial techniques. Furthermore, it is very dangerous." Hu Hai and the others had clearly heard of Death Swamp before. They did not show any regret in their eyes, nor did they feel that it was a loss. Xiao Chen really wanted to give it a try, to find a departed spirit of Emperor Wu who practiced the saber and spar with him, improving his saber techniques. However, if he followed the group, he would have to follow the orders of the group. It would not be good to act independently. If there is an opportunity in the future, I must come to Death Swamp. It was much safer to travel with a group. However, one would lose their freedom. They would be restricted to a certain extent, unable to bring out their full potential. After taking one last look in the direction of Death Swamp, Xiao Qin silently followed the group, heading forward. Shui Lingling did not want to waste any more time. As she moved forward, she released her strong aura. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made the poisonous python, which sensed this aura, immediately flee far away. From time to time, bubbles and surging silt could be seen around the team. Those were the venomous pythons below. They were swimming around desperately, afraid that Shui Lingling would kill them. Without any obstructions, the group moved forward at full speed. They managed to catch up to several groups that had set off earlier. When they were about to cross the python swamp, Shui Lingling's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. She looked at the other team that she unexpectedly encountered, and her beautiful brows knitted together with a displeased expression. Along the way, Xiao Qin had been comprehending the mysteries of giving spring to withered wood. He had not extended his spiritual sense out, so he had not seen this group in advance. When Xiao Chen raised his head and saw the leader of the group, his expression could not help but turn grave. Unexpectedly, he ran into the extreme Yin sect's people here. When Bai Wuxue saw Shui Lingling's group, he felt it was strange as well. Then he noticed Xiao Qin behind him, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "First senior brother, is that the white-robed brat who challenged you?" An extreme Yin sect true inheritor behind Bai Wuxue asked. Bai Wuxue seemed to be smiling as he replied, "That's him. He told me to wait for him at the extreme Yin sect's challenge platform." The person who spoke first mocked. He overestimates himself. I thought he had something extraordinary about him. It turns out that he is just a medial grade martial monarch. He is indeed crazy. To think that he is worthy of being first senior brother's opponent. He overestimates himself. "I do not even need 10 moves to defeat this fellow," another person said with disdain as he looked at Xiao Qin. With Bai Wuxue and Shui Lingling here, it was impossible for the two groups to fight to the death. Xiao Chen withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes. He only remembered the appearance of the person who mocked him. Xiao Chen remained silent, not saying a word. He had never liked to use words to gain an advantage. He did not want to do useless things. When that person saw that Xiao Chen did not say anything, his expression turned even more chaotic. He took a step forward and shouted, "White-robed brat, are you that cowardly? If you cannot even receive 10 moves from me, what qualifications do you have to challenge our first senior brother? Do you dare to come out today and receive 10 moves from me? Let our extreme Yin sect senior brothers see how capable you are." Bai Wuxue smiled faintly and did not stop this person. He said indifferently, "Shui Lingling, what do you think? If he does not come out, then any random person in your Haoqian sect can challenge me, Bai Wuxue, in the future." Shui Lingling was placed in a difficult position. That person was a true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect. He was stronger than Chen Xiao and the others, just slightly weaker than Hu Hai. Xiao Chen was merely an inner disciple of the Haoqian sect. Although he was very talented, he had not fully matured yet. In a battle, weapons were blind. It would be too unfortunate if Xiao Chen fell here. However, the other party was bullying him. If Xiao Chen did not agree, the reputation of the Haoqian sect would be tarnished. "I agree." A voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the quiet place. His white robes fluttered and a cool breeze blew. Xiao Chen leaped over the group and walked out calmly. Bai Wuxue's eyelids twitched. He immediately rejoiced in his heart. If he wanted to kill Xiao Chen, Shui Lingling would definitely stop him. However, if it were someone else fighting Xiao Chen and killing him, Shui Lingling would have nothing to say. "Shin Tu, don't show any mercy. Kill him directly. After this, I will give you a 200-year-old earth essence fruit." Bai Wuxue sent a voice projection to Shin Tu, saying sinisterly. Shin Tu rejoiced in his heart. He quickly replied, "First senior brother, don't worry. I will not let you down. I will definitely take his life within 10 moves." As Wang Chang watched the two about to fight, a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. Back then, when Xiao Qin sent him flying with a palm strike, it had left a knot in his heart.